All right. All right. I guess we can go ahead and start here. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nat. And welcome. Welcome on in. Hope everybody's having a good day today. It is our usual Wednesday stream. It is the middle of the week. And yeah, hope everybody's having a good week so far. I've had pretty good week so far. Nothing really new to report since last stream. Haven't really done too much since then. But yeah, hope everybody's having a good day. Let's see. Because I don't really have much to go into. I'll just do a quick summary real quick of what we did last stream. Hello, Aeon. Welcome on in. Good to see you. And then so no, Aeon, no more cursed houses. That's not what we're doing today. Actually, it's so funny you actually bring that up. Speaking of cursed houses, there is actually a stream idea that I have that if I do it, I might do it near the end of this month before Christmas time. I'm not 100% sure. But an idea that I've had is because I love, historic structures, historic houses and stuff like that. And an idea for a stream that I had is to go on Zillow and go state by state and try to find old historic houses and see what they look like today, if they are like still preserved, like historic looking on the inside, or if they've been completely gutted and replaced with millennial gray. And just looking at like really cool, awesome old architecture, because you can filter on Zillow, you can filter by year, like when a house, like you can say like before like 1900, which is what I would probably do, and just look at like, see what the cool structures look like. So maybe might do that some point in the future. Don't know when exactly, but at some point. Maybe end of this month. Who knows? Like right before Thanksgiving. But yeah, so let's get into real quick what we're doing today and what we did last time. So if you weren't here last time, let me actually go ahead and move myself. Let me adjust myself here. Okay, so if you weren't here last time, what we did was what we're going to be doing for the next few streams, at least 2 more, is we're going to be researching these. These are some antique photographs that I bought at an antique store earlier this summer. And I bought them and I kind of forgot that I had them for a little bit. And then I was going through some of my stuff recently, kind of cleaning things up, and I found them again. And I was like, oh yeah, I got these so that I could research them. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be seeing if we can research and figure out who these people are in these photos. All of them have names written on the back of them. So at least we have a starting point, and they all, on the front of them, have like a name and location of the photographer that took the photos. So it's a rough estimate of like, where they might be located. But for the first one we did on Sunday, if you weren't here, we researched this photo, which it turned out to be an amazing stream. This is a woman named Edna M. North, and then who was living in Lewiston, Maine at the time, and we discovered some crazy, really interesting stuff because this photo, it turns out, was her graduation photo for her college, which is Bates College, and the name Bates is actually on the back of this photo in the year 1904. So we knew that she graduated from Bates College in 1904. I was able to find the 1904 yearbook online. Thankfully they've digitized their yearbooks, and we went through the 1904 yearbook and we found her, and it's this exact same picture. This exact same picture is in that yearbook. and it was really incredible to find that live on stream and everything. She then went on to get married and became a teacher. She was a teacher for majority of her life. She was born and raised in Maine, moved a couple places, moved to New Jersey, Connecticut, and then Florida, and spent the last 20, 30 years of her life living in Florida. Yeah, it was just we found some really cool, really interesting stories about her in newspapers. A lot of, apparently when she was teaching, she was an English teacher, and she was also head of like the journalism like club or journalism like school newspaper at the time. And there's a lot of articles about her like going to like taking her students to like, you know, the local, you know, like newspaper office, or announcing, you know, like who's running the school newspaper that year and stuff like that. So we found actually a lot of stuff, more than we even had time for. Also last stream, we were kind of on a little bit of a time crunch because I had to be somewhere till 9:30. Today, for this stream, we actually have the exact opposite. I don't have to go into work tomorrow, thankfully, for reasons I won't get into. But basically that means that we can actually do this longer than we normally can do our Wednesday streams. So I'm actually really excited about that. And then so that's what we did last stream. And then this stream, we're going to be researching this photo right here. This is the other photo that I got. And this one is also from Maine. So we'll be back looking for stuff in Maine again. And if you can see at the top there, on the reverse side of this, the name, it looks like the name is Clayton Grant. It says Clayton Grant, age 3. And then I believe it's wine. Actually, wait, hold on. 1 second. All right, I had to go grab the actual photograph. But on the back, it says, yeah, Winterport, Maine is where she's from. And that this photo was taken, hold on, it's a little hard to see, was taken by a W.L. Hall, it looks like, in Belfast, Maine. So we have two locations on here. We have Belfast, Maine, and we have Winterport, Maine. Winterport, it looks like, is actually probably where she's from. So, and I have done no preliminary research before this stream at all. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out where Winterport is in Maine. Figure out what county it is. And then once we figure out the county, we can go from there. And I'm hoping that the first name Clayton, which, you know, it's not a super common name. Grant, unfortunately, is a fairly common last name. But Clayton, I'm hoping it's unique enough that that it's going to be easier to find this person. Also, unlike the one we did on Sunday, that was kind of like the easiest one out of all the ones that I have, because it also had a year on it, which made it very easy. This one doesn't have a year on it at all. But I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably from about the same time period. Probably early 1900s, if I had to guess. But the good news is, once we find her and figure out what year she was born, we can figure out what exactly year this photo was taken, because we know on the back of it, it says that she's 3 years old. So yeah, I think, let's see, I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to go over before we do this. I don't think so. One quick thing here. Let me pull up Google Maps real quick and just get that ready. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's go to our office. Or sorry, to our, no, we don't want to go to the opposite. We want to go to the classroom real quick. All right. All right, so let me go ahead and look up Winterport, Maine. Okay, here it is. Okay. In Waldo County. All right, we found Waldo. Sweet. Look at that. All right, so right by Bagnor, or Bangor. Bangor looks like kind of like the big city. And then there's, okay, here's Belfast. Belfast is where the photo was taken. At least that's where the photographer's studio was right there in Belfast. What's crazy is that when I went on my road trip through this area, when I bought these pictures, I stayed in Bangor. So I actually kind of know the area a little bit. But Winterport here... Okay, it looks like a very, very small... I mean, okay, population was 3,800 in 2020. It was probably even smaller whenever this photo was taken. And it covers this whole area. So she likely lives on a farm, lives in the countryside. If Belfast is like, you know, the big city, the main, you know, the main town for this area. Okay. So now that we know that, we know the county, so Waldo County. Let's go ahead and let's start our search. So, Clayton, Grant, and then I'm not gonna put Winterport because who knows if she actually did live in Winterport or if she just like kind of, you know, like lived nearby and like technically, you know, it's not actually Winterport she lives in like a different part, or if, you know, I think putting the county should be enough, hopefully, to figure this out. So, and that's all we have. We unfortunately don't have a year, but hopefully this is a good enough starting point that we'll find something. So, let's go for it. Well, damn. That is not good. Okay, what if I change it to just Maine? Oh, wait, no, there's just nothing, because it's on Broad. Hold on. Let me look. Okay, so this is the... I'm not crazy, right? That looks like Playton. Playton. That's definitely Grant. Grant is definitely the last name there. Because the fact that we get nothing at all, like not even like a little bit. Because I have a feeling if we just search like Grant, it's going to be like, that's going to be such a common name. Yeah, 1 of 10 million. Well, okay. Let's see. Let's just do county and adjacent counties. Yeah, 62,000. Okay, well, actually, hold on. Let's maybe if we actually do change it to Winterport. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's look at Specifically, let's look at census records. And let's go 1900. Okay, Mary Grant, Julie Grant. How many are there? 28. Okay, so there's not a ton of Grants living in specifically Winterport, but there are some, so that's a good start. The fact that there are Grants living there at this time. Jane, okay. Now, I'm also worried is that this is a nickname. Clayton could be a nickname that isn't officially in the census record. Sylvia Grant. But there's 28. According to this, there's 28 Grants living in Winterport, Maine in 1900. Hold on. What if we go 1910? Just to see how much that changes. Okay, 25. Sylvia, Oscar. Nothing that starts with like a P. Okay, there's a Paul. Birth 1902. Oh, wait, can I change? I want to change. Wait. Clayton? Hold on. Clayton. Oh, that's a... Wait a second. Is it Clayton? Clayton F. 5 years old in 1910. Is it Clayton? I think it's actually Clayton. Because wait, oh my god, that's not a girl. I forgot. They used to, back in the day when they were, when you know, people were like, you know, babies during this time. Oh, I just realized I had this thing up the whole time. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I promise I'm a good streamer. Okay. I think it might be Clayton. This is Clayton. Oh my god, I think we found him. Because the timing is right. 5 years old. But yeah, I forgot. During this, like, early, you know, kind of like Victorian area, early 1900s, when children were, you know, like, really young, like toddler age and stuff like that, they didn't really dress them based on their gender. That doesn't really happen until they get a little older. I think this is Clayton. It's a boy. I mean, to be fair, the hair didn't really help either, but... Wow, okay. No, I think this is Clayton. Oh my god, I think we found him. Everything else is right. Clayton F. 5 years old. Living in Winterport. Oh my god, if that Winterport wasn't there, I don't know if we would have been able to figure this out. Because, hold on. Because, like, look at this. Like, that looks like a P. Like, I'm not crazy, right? But now that I look at it, there's like a very faint, like, connector right here. It's just because of how they drew this beginning part. But now that I think about it, how that beginning part starts, like, kind of near the top of what's the C, there's a little bit of a curve. That's more like a C. But I'm not crazy for thinking that that was a P, right? Okay. So I have to basically change my entire perception of what I thought this photo was. It's actually a boy named Clayton. Okay. Okay, I think we found our match. Let me just double check and make sure there aren't any other Claytons living in Waldo County. And change it again to... And good thing I went to 1910. That's why he wasn't showing up the 1900 one, because he wasn't born yet. He was born in 1905. So that means this photo was taken in 1908, which does, I think, look right, based on the style and everything. Okay, so Waldo County. Oh, this is just for the 1910 census? Hold on, let's just get rid of everything. Okay, Clayton Francis Grant. 1920. Birth records. Okay. I think we found our guy. Is this the right one? Hold on. Father, Warren S. Grant, Elizabeth Mary Clark. Yeah, Warren Grant, Elizabeth, yeah. He has a brother, Paul. Okay. Oh, let's go back here. Okay, so we have some stuff here. Going all the way to the 1950 census. So he could be alive. I mean, he was born in 1905. He could be alive until, like, the 80s or 90s. Honestly. Wow. Okay. There's only 17 things listed here. Is that okay? And look at that. I think we have another photo of him later. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's look at this real quick. This is his, like, general search. Birth, July 8th, 1904. Winterport. Death, 2nd of August, 1994. Brewer, Pennsylvania County, Maine. Wow, he stayed in Maine, it looks like, his whole life. Wow. Okay, this one doesn't have much at all. Look at this. It only has his 1950 census, his find a grave, and his draft card. Did he get married? Okay, yeah, and had a daughter. Oh, wait. Did he get married twice? Okay, we're learning some stuff here. So hold on. Okay, so let's go. So the 1910 census is the first census he shows up in. So yeah, he's 5 years old. He has an older brother named Paul. His mother's name is Lizzie, and his father's name is Warren. They are living in Winterport. And again, probably in the countryside, because I don't see a road name or a house number or anything on here. I'm gonna guess that they're farmers. Let's see if I'm right. And yeah, have a history of them basically living in Maine their whole lives. Speaks English. Occupation. Farmer. General farm. All right. Not surprising. The thing is, though, Maine isn't, like, great for, like, farming. In terms of, like, soil and stuff like that. It's not the best. So I'm curious what Clayton here is going to end up doing. Okay. So then let's... Are the other census record? Okay, there's 1920 and 1951 listed here. This is a birth record. Is this his birth record? Yeah, this is his birth record. Clayton Francis Grant. July 8th, 1904. Winterport. Place of birth, Winterport. Okay. Male, white. Second son. Father's name, Warren Stephen Grant. Birthplace, Jackson, Maine. White, Winterport. Occupation, grocer. Okay, so maybe not just being a farmer. Maybe he was also a... he got his own grocery instead. Elizabeth... Or Lizzie... Oh, no, sorry. Lizzie M. Clark. Birthplace, Monroe, Maine. Housekeeper. Name of the physician, A.E. Baker, M.D. That's great that they typed it. Thank God they typed it out. That makes it a lot easier. Okay. Wow, so we have a birth record. It's actually, I feel like it's kind of rare to find a birth record for this kind of thing. Okay, let's see. What's going on in the 1920 census here? So he'd be 15 in this, right? Yeah, 15. Okay, and there's the 1930 census here. Let me open that one as a link too. Okay, so he's 15. Yep, still living at home. Yeah, not surprising. Still living in Winterport. Oh wait, we have a road. What does that say? I'm assuming FM there means farm. Variant? Hold on. What does it say? Sometimes it says here. That says contant. Is that contant? Oh, that's Contant Road. That's not the part that... It's a different thing. Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Hold on, let's go... There's not that many roads out here, so let's see if maybe we can find it. And it says that it's a farm, so again, it has to be like... Main Street, Memorial Drive... Cove Road... Hold on, actually, wait, where's Contant Road? Because maybe it's close by. Meadow Road... Boston Road. Rancourt? No, it wasn't Rancourt, right? No. Sunken Bridge, Monroe, Clark Road. Lebanon Road. Blueberry Hill. N Road. Monroe. Oh, no, Goshen Road. Steam Road. Kendall Road. Fisher Road. Steam Road. Austin Road. Airport Road. It could maybe be Airport Road and it just doesn't exist anymore. Coles Corner Road. Hold on. Turner, Maine. No, that's not. What the heck? That is not at all what I want. Okay. It looks like it started with a V. Or a K. K-E... Kemet? Okay, well, either way. They're still living in Winterport. Warren and Lizzie. I didn't check how old they were either. Okay, 48, 41. 1815. I just realized, this is 1920. It's or well, wait, no. No, he wouldn't be... I did the math wrong. I thought for a second that maybe Clayton would be drafted into World War II, but no, he's too old to be like officially like in the draft. Unless he could volunteer still, but and he'll probably have a draft card, but he's not going to be part of like the main thing. Yeah, farmer, General Farm. Still doing farm stuff. Okay. That's 1920, and then 1930, Clayton F. Grant. Okay, at this point, he's married. Okay. Okay, here we go. Clayton F. Grant. Head. As a wife. Beatrice. Beatrice M. Oh, this is in Pennsylvania. Okay, they don't live on a farm. They have a radio. I think that's so interesting that they like, you know, wrote down like who had a radio or not. That's really interesting. It's a very 1930 question considering how new radio was at the time. Okay, yeah, he's 25. Yep, so that sounds right. He's 28. Born in Maine. Okay, yeah, this is definitely him. Electrical tester. Electric manufacturing. Huh. Hey, Pirate, good to see you. Welcome on in. We are currently researching this photo you see above me here, which I mistakenly thought was a young girl, but I forgot that people back then used to dress like in like toddlers and everything, like in like non-gender specific. They would dress them kind of either way. It didn't really matter. And so I didn't realize that. I thought this said Playton, which I also thought the name Playton was also like, a girl's name. It sounded more like a girl's name. But now I realize it's actually Clayton. And we found Clayton here in the census record. So now I know it's actually a boy and that his name is actually Clayton. Was there a tax on radios? I don't know. I don't think so. I can't think of. I mean, like I can't think of anything that could have that could have been done at that point. Yeah, a tax on radios. I've never. Because I think like when TVs were new, they didn't give you like a tax on TV. I think it was maybe they were just. I think well, hold on. It's just home data. It's under the section home data. So they're like this is where they're also asking like is your home rented or owned? Value of home. Does the family live on a farm? I think it's more just. I think they're maybe just doing like just data like data records. We're just trying to get like an idea of like how common radio is and if it was worth like the government like investing in it or here in the UK there is a TV license, so basically a TV tax that's been since wait, a TV license. I know that's kind of like the like jokes, like stereotypes about the UK is the joke like, oh, you got a license for that, I didn't know that went all the way to 200 pounds a year to just own a TV. That's not including like paying for like your cable or your satellite, whatever. Or if you just have like if you just own a TV but aren't connected, like if you're just using it for like Netflix or video games, something like that, do you still have to pay that? That's more expensive than my car registration. I'm sorry I'm flooding you with questions, but it's just like that's something I had no idea that was a thing. Wow. That is crazy. I mean, I guess does that funding go to I guess the BBC? You technically don't, but you have to fill out a huge form proving you don't. Jeez. So just is it per TV or is it just per house? Like if you have like 2 or 3 TVs, do you have to like pay? Wow, that that is blowing. Wow, that is. Also, can't watch any BBC connected content or live TV or any kind of on any kind of device. Okay. Okay, it's 1 per household. Okay, that's what I thought, but still. Okay, but then do you still have to pay, like, for example, if you have like Sky Television, do you then on top of the 200 pounds per you also have to pay for your subscription to like Sky Television? Because I think Sky Television is like if I remember, that's like a. Yes. Wow. That's nuts. I feel like if they tried to do something like that here in the US, oh, there would be riots in the streets. There would be wow, that is. Wow, and does the funding go to like the BBC? Is that like the justification for it? Is that it helps fund like the BBC and stuff like that? It's meant to. Okay, yeah. I mean, fair. Yeah. Who knows where this money is going? But that's their justification for it. Wow, that is crazy. Yeah, 200 pounds a year. Yeah, that's more expensive than my car registration. And the fact that you still have to pay for, like, whatever cable service you have on top of that. Wow. You learn something new every day. That's why I love doing these streams. You get to learn things about all different cultures all around the world. It's why they claim that the BBC does not have ads in the middle of programming. That's true. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, when I went to the UK and we did watch some TV because we just happened to be there when the new season of Taskmaster was airing, and my mom and I are huge Taskmaster fans. Oh wait, no, Taskmaster isn't. I just realized that's why we saw commercials. Wait, no. Is Taskmaster on BBC? Maybe it doesn't. Cable is not very common here. A lot of people don't bother with it. I mean, fair. And especially probably now. Well, nowadays with, like, streaming services and stuff like that, like, most people, just in general, cable is not popular really at all. Not everyone, I mean, I don't have cable. I've never had cable. I just have some streaming services, and I mostly watch YouTube and Twitch. That's most of my sources of entertainment. Wow, that's really interesting. Thank you, Pirate, for being our insight into the goings-on in the UK. Wow, alright. Westmoreland Avenue. Okay, so there is a house here. Do they have any kids? No kids. Age at first marriage, 25, 28. They're trying to make the license mandatory for watching all content, including YouTube and potentially Twitch as well. Wow. Jeez, that's... That makes me glad that, I can, despite all the problems, America has, maybe it's not so bad that we separated from you guys. Oh, absolutely, Pirate. If the U.S. tried to do something like that, like it would be a that would be the one thing to be able to bring Americans together. You know how they say we're all very divided right now and everything. If a politician, no matter what, I guarantee, no matter what political party, like, they were part of, everybody would come together and be like, no, like, absolutely not. Netflix, etc. would be included. Yeah, that's oof. That is rough. Wow. All right. Well. Okay, so a few things here that I just noticed. So their age at last birthday, 25 and 28. Also age at first marriage, 25 and 28. So these two, Clayton and Beatrice, just got married. They just got married in 1930. And now, let's see. That's why you wondered about a radio. Yeah, no, honestly, that makes so much sense. Now that I know that and how that's a thing, it totally makes sense why you would ask that. And I was like, and it also makes sense of why I was kind of like, no, that's crazy. Why would they do that? That's not a thing. And you proved me wrong. You proved apparently that is a thing in some places. And I hope the US doesn't get any ideas. So it looks like from the looks of this, we don't have a 1940 census, but we do have here, we do have a draft card. When was, okay, I'm pretty sure, yeah, birthplace, Winterport, okay, this is him. Okay, yeah. Clayton Francis Grant. 45 Garland Street, Everett, Middlesex, Massachusetts. Okay, so you also lived in Massachusetts. No mailing address. Oh, oh yeah, that's right, if it's different. It's not different. Boston Navy Yard. Okay, so he's working in Boston. I think there was a tax on radios on early adoption pre-World War II in the UK because they were a luxury item. Interesting. Okay. After what you told me about TVs, that doesn't surprise me at all. Now that I know that. Yeah, I don't think that was a thing. Hold on. Now you got me curious because like maybe it was a thing and I just don't know about it. Let's just see if just a quick Google search. Yeah, there's no. I can't find anything in the UK. I mean, the closest thing in the USA that we have for that is for like NPR, National Public Radio, where that is paid for by taxpayer money, but there's not a specific tax. Like, there's not a specific tax that I know of in the US that specifically funds that. And with just how things are currently with politics in the USA, that apparently is going away. So yeah, it's... Oh yeah, no, NPR does do some really good stuff, but unfortunately, without getting too deep into it, some of the people in charge right now don't like it. So, yeah. And so it's not surprising that they would basically defund it. And PBS, so... Alright, so this is something I noticed on here that's actually really interesting. His wife, Beatrice, is not mentioned here. His brother Paul is mentioned, who's living in Beverly, Massachusetts. And here it says he's working for the Boston Navy Yard. So this is making me think that Beatrice and him don't stay together. Between 1930, it's at some point between 1930 and... Is there a year on this? On. Maybe 1942. Okay. So it sounds like they divorced sometime between 1930 and 1942. Yeah, so he's living in a few different places. Okay, so let's see. What do we know about him? He is 6 foot exactly, 192 pounds, blue eyes, brown hair, a darker complexion, physical characteristic, index finger, split fingernail, right hand. Huh, okay, so maybe that's something that never healed. He injured his finger and it split the nail. I guess it would just stay like that. Okay. That's interesting. But this does give us some hints on, like, because like I said, we don't have a 1940 census for him. Let's see what the 1950 census says. Because we know he lives until 1994, according to this. So he is still around for a decent amount of time. Okay, he's still living in Massachusetts. Oh, hold on. Wait, he's living with Beatrice again. 45, 48, 19. They have a son, Conrad, who's 19, so he was born in 1931. So yeah, after... Okay, wait, so they were still married. Why does he, though... Why does he list his brother as the person who will only know his address and not his wife? Huh. That honestly made me think that maybe they got divorced, because why else would you... Huh. I mean, maybe he just had a really good relationship with his brother? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay. We do have a find a grave there. Okay, and there's a city directory here. Which city directory is this? (1938), Wakefield, Massachusetts. Let's see. Hey, Almontes, good to see you. Welcome on in. Hold on. You gotta do this. There we go. If you're not following Almontes, please go and follow him. He's a really awesome streamer. Unlike me, he actually was a professor, and every time I watch his streams, I feel smarter. I feel way smarter. I feel the brain cells growing. So I highly recommend his streams. They're just really calm, relaxing, chill streams, and you learn some really cool stuff. But to answer your question, though, is divorce something that will hit the local news this in period? It can. I think it depends. I have seen, like... I think it maybe depends on, like... Obviously, if it's, like, something crazy, like some sort of, like, scandal that happened that led to the divorce, it can show up in the newspaper. I think I have seen some, like, where they list, like, marriages or, like, deaths, like, or obituaries, stuff like that. I do think there are some records that do, like, I have seen sometimes they do list divorce, but I don't remember what time period that was. I know I've seen it before. Local papers in this era are really nosy. Oh yes, very much so. Oh, I've seen... It's crazy how, like, something I've realized when doing this research, by doing this research so much, especially with newspapers, is that this idea of, like, sharing everything you're doing is not necessarily a new thing with social media. It's gotten more easier to do it and more in your face with social media, because you can constantly look at it and constantly check on it. But people sharing what they were doing and stuff like that has always kind of been around in these newspapers. it's because like they'll list, like if somebody has a party, they will say the party happened in the newspaper, and they will list every single person who was invited to that party. So again, just like today, if you weren't invited to that party, you would know. Like, it's, yeah. John Boyes analyzed a city where the ratio of local news to people was so extreme that each person had a 20% chance of getting in the newspaper every week. Wow. That honestly, with what I've seen in some of these newspapers, that doesn't surprise me. Like, especially for a more like low, like it depends obviously probably on like what city, you know, and like how big the you know, town or city is that the newspaper is like covering. But yeah. He highlighted an article that was teenager loiters for a few hours. Oh, that's, you know what's so funny? That reminds me of you saying that. So my parents, I didn't grow up here. My parents, they are now retired and everything like that, but they live in a nicer, like kind of, it's kind of, it's technically a gated community, but it's like not, I mean, okay, it is a gated community, but I've never lived there. They moved there after, you know, I did not grow up in a gated community or anything like that. I grew up in just a regular town. And when they moved to this gated community, they have like a local newspaper, and every like week or like once a week it gets sent around, and they have like a section in it for like, you know, that has like, you know, that talks about like, you know, like local, you know, like crimes or misdemeanors, stuff like that. And some of the stuff in there that is in there is exactly how you say that. The teenager loiters for a few hours. They actually say stuff like that, but they don't say teenager. They say juveniles. That's how they describe them. It's always juveniles, like juveniles, like doing the such and such thing. Like, it's so fun, and some of the stuff is so funny. Like, there was one that was like, because it's so much of it is just nothing. Because like nothing happens. It's a safe gated community, and like barely anything happens, but they need to put something in there. And it was just, it's just, what was it? I'm trying to remember now. It was like somebody reported that like a bag of like, what was it? Like a bag of like beans or something like that. It was like something weird, where like something like a paper bag filled with like, you know, like food or beans, something that was left on somebody's parts. Like, yeah, it's just so, it just reminds me of that. Yeah, big linguistic tell. Yeah, it's just so, it's so much of it is just nothing. Yeah, but they fill it, and it's just so funny. And so my parents have like a joke, like every week they like, you know, they read it out loud, you know, because it's just ridiculous, you know. Especially, you know, because a lot of people who live in this community, like, you know, live there their whole life. And so they're like, whereas, you know, my parents and I, like, we grew up, you know, in regular towns and cities and stuff like that, and not sheltered in like a community like this. So it's just so funny to us, especially when we lived in like a big city. We did live in a big city for a little bit, and just going from that to this is just so, the dichotomy of it is just so funny. But to go back to your original question, it might show up. We'll get to newspapers in a little bit. I kind of want to see what else we can find on Ancestry here before I always try to save like newspapers for last when looking at this. But this shows that in 1938, they're living in Wakefield, Massachusetts. He's with Beatrice, and he's an electrical engineer. Are there any other city directories listed here? No. Okay. But there is this. pull that back up, and then this is a marriage index. Marriage year 1929, which, yeah, makes sense. This is just the index, though. Okay, yeah, Clayton Francis Grant. This is him. Year 1929. Volume 30. Volume 34, page 265. This is just the index. This isn't the actual volume. But 1929, that sounds right, because they, in the 1930 census, it says that they just got married. Okay. So let's see, are there any other, I want to look here, I want to see if we can find that. Oh, and there's also this, hold on. That's him. It's linked to Clanton Free. Hold on. Okay, here we go. This has some stuff. USA directories, that's one we already saw. A lot of this is stuff I think we've already seen. Let's see, okay, we do have a Beatrice. Okay, but yeah, here they list 2 spouses. This is somebody else's record. So does he get married again? That's from the 1929. Residence, Westmoreland Avenue. Military occupation, burial. Okay, he's buried in Maine, and he did die in Maine. Because he is still married to Beatrice in. So if they did get divorced, it had to have happened. It had to have happened after 1950, because they're still together. But there's nothing listed here that says Victoria Harriet Page. Okay. But this one does have a picture of him. And his grave. But look at that. So that's him. So we have his childhood photo above me, and then this is him a little bit. Hold on. I don't want to. Hold on. I mean, it's a little hard to tell exactly. I mean, he's only 3 in this photo. And the quality of this other one isn't the best. Do we have a year on this photo? No. We don't. Yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunately a little too hard to tell exactly, that looks like him, but all right. So that's good that we have this. Is there anything... Okay, hold on. Now that we have more information... Clayton Grant. We know he was born 1905. And we know it was in Waldo County, Maine. And then spouse, we know his spouse was Beatrice. And he has a son. That's the other thing, too. His son, right here, Conrad. His son, Conrad, is listed here. But here... Or was it? In this one... Yeah, okay, somebody... So this here is listed as private, so that might be Conrad. If that's Conrad, who are these people? Because Elizabeth Grant says here was born in 1933. Unless, you know, maybe something was going on behind the scenes. Because Victoria Harriet Page. Okay, well we'll see, I guess. But yeah, I'm curious how these people fit in, which I think we won't be able to see until we really get to like death records and obituaries and like newspapers. Anyway, back to here. So Conrad. And then it's either Massachusetts or it's it's either Massachusetts or it's Pennsylvania, because those are the two places that are listed. Okay, census records, 1940s. Clayton Grant, Los Angeles, Los Angeles, Los Angeles. No, okay. What if we search for Beatrice and Conrad? She was 28, so she'd be born 1902. Oh wait, no, she was from Massachusetts, right? Hold on. Yeah, she's from Massachusetts. That. And has a son named Conrad. Okay. Beatrice C. Grant. Do we know what her middle initial is? Beatrice M. Okay. Oh wait, Beatrice M. Grant. Here we go. Birthplace Canada, home 19. Private house. Oh no, this isn't. This is a different Beatrice M, because... Yeah, okay, no, that's the wrong... Close, but not exactly right. Hold on. Plus or minus 2 years. Do we know... Actually, wait. Do we know what her maiden name was? We don't. It's not listed here. Hold on. Social Security, State Directory, marriage indexes. Lord. Beatrice M. Lord. Because what if she's not using... Oh, wait, hold on. The 1940 census. State and adjacent states. Let's do that. Okay, there's only 2 living there. Married, wife. Hold on. No. That's not her. This... No, that's not her either. That's crazy that none of them are showing up in the 1940 census. Maine. Okay. See where the child and just see if there's anything comes up. Okay, hold on. We just get rid of the F. Wow, nothing. That's so weird. I mean, wait, hold on, wait. We found that city directory. I mean, this says he's living in Everett, Massachusetts in 1942. So he's probably living... He's in Everett, Massachusetts here, and then where is that city directory? The city directory is for Wakefield, Massachusetts, 1938. So between 1938 and 1942, he's either living in Wakefield or in Everett or somewhere else in that part of Massachusetts. Because he... okay. Let's just see if something comes up. And let's maybe get rid of the 1940 census. Light Grant. Reading, Winterport. These are all the ones we already have. And that's just Clayton Grant. That's not... Yeah, that's so weird that he... Something must have... But it's not just... It's the fact that that Beatrice also doesn't show up, and apparently Conrad doesn't show up either. Okay. I think we might have to kind of leave that for now. So we can try to find other stuff, because, okay, I don't want to look at the Social Security or the death index. The marriage index only shows one thing, right? It only shows... Yeah, that's their original... We already have that, right? Yeah, we already have that. But it doesn't really give us much information. Okay, so let's see. We have a draft card. So I don't think there's... And he's too old to actually, like, serve, so I don't think we're going to find anything on fold 3 for that. Let me pull up real quick our good old database family search. And just see if there's anything extra on that. I haven't used family search in a while. Okay, so let me look for... Okay, I found him. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I got it mixed up. He was born 1904, not 1905. But that shouldn't make a difference when searching because I had the plus or minus 2 years thinking. Yeah, so wait, that doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. This is the same photo we saw before. Yeah, Beatrice. Okay, here we go. Victoria H. Page. This says they got married December 1966. So that explains why we're not finding really anything on, like, Ancestry, because that's more recent. Yeah, and his brother Paul. Okay, let's see what they have for sources, though. Is the memories just that one photo? Yep, it's that same photo. Oh, this has a year with it. That looks like a year, like a school photo? 1924 is what it said the year was, so it could be... Could be that. Okay. We already have... Yeah, we already saw this. We saw this census record. Is this actually going to have the... Or is this just the index? That's just the index that we already have. Census... Yeah, again, only 1930 and 1950 census records. Okay, and this marriage record... Interesting. Okay, this happens in Maine. There's no other information. Wait a second. This is Clayton P. Grant. Now, is it actually Clayton P. Grant, or is it... Is it actually Clayton P. Grant, or is it a mistake that somehow this got mixed in? Oh, okay, we'll do some newspaper searching to figure it out. Okay, because this says it happened in Maine in 1966. Okay. I'm trying to think what other sources maybe we could look up real quick. We have a draft card. We have his marriage record. Hold on. Clayton Grant. Let's just change it to Massachusetts. Search, and let's change it to city directories. Oh, there aren't any city directories, except for that one. Oh, wait, no, the city directory isn't even showing up in this. Okay. I think let's move on. Let's move on to newspapers. Oh, no, wait. Actually, I want to see if some of these places might still exist, because there's not that one. We don't know exactly what road this is. But we do have a specific address for here, for Edgewood, Pennsylvania, 1930, Westmoreland Avenue, 8009. 8009, Westmoreland. Okay. Let's look up Edgewood, Pennsylvania real quick. Oh, wow. A borough in Allegheny County. Oh, it's right by Pittsburgh. Okay. Probably went out there to get a job. It's 1930, so it's the middle of the Great Depression, so he was probably traveling to find a job. Okay, hold on. Okay, what's... This isn't that big of a place. Is there a... Can I see a Westmoreland Avenue? I don't see one. This isn't that big of an area, so it's like not really much to go off of. Unless the street names have like changed. Okay, well let's see. Westmoreland. Oh wait, no. It was 8. What was it? Hold on. 8009. Oh, this is Pittsburgh. Aha. So it's like technically okay. It's like considered part of Pittsburgh now. That's it. That's the house. It still exists. Well, let's see the other side of the street. That's it. Look at that. The house still exists. That's a nice house. Especially if it was just the two of them living there at the time. I think if they were able to, you know, hold on, wait, does it say if they own it or are they renting it? Renting it. Never mind. Okay, that makes way more sense. That they're okay, so they're renting the house. And their monthly rent is $36. God, I wish. Hold on, what is that today? Let's look real quick. What is that in today's money? Okay. So $36 in 1930. Only $683 a month for rent. God, I wish. And I think they get the whole house. Hold on, let me go back to like the other page and see if Oh, no. Okay, they are sharing it. They are sharing it with another family. With this family, there's another lodger here. So maybe they're just renting like a part of it. Because he's still listed as head. He's not listed as like border like the other guy was. Still though, 6. God, I wish rent was could be that low. Even if it's just part of the house, that's still an amazing deal. Okay. And the only other address... Okay, no, we have this one, and then we have the one here. In Everett, Massachusetts. This is for Reading, Massachusetts. And here they're... Oh, wait, no, I accidentally clicked on it. Place? No. Vein? I think this is where they put just like a bunch of like random ones. Like, because you can see the spring. They have like all have their own like thing here. So maybe like if they had to go back to a house to like get the information. That's what they did. Okay. Where's... Okay. Okay, Wakefield, Massachusetts. 21 Lafayette. Okay, let's look up Wakefield, Massachusetts real quick. So we found one of their houses. Okay. Alright, so north of Boston. Okay. And what's the official address again? 21 Lafayette. How do you spell Lafayette again? Lafa. Okay. Lafayette Street. Oh, look at that. Right in the middle. And look at that. It still exists. Wow, this is the first time in a while we've gotten this many houses that still exist. Ooh. Oh. Hold on. Okay, is that just a straight up... That might... Hold on. This might be a straight up new house. Maybe? Or they just added to the roof. Like they just hold on. Let's get more dates. Hold on. Oh, okay. 2007. Okay, so the house actually, yeah, it was likely there in 1938. They just did some renovation work. That's why it looks like that. That's why my initial, like in my head initially, I was like, it didn't look natural, but that's why. And then yeah, 2020 was the last time. Okay. Again, pretty good sized house. They're probably renting it. It's 1938. It's still the Depression era. And then 1950. All right, that was one. Yeah, we don't really know. Okay, this one. Okay, now he says he's lived. This one, according to his draft card, he says he's living in Everett, Massachusetts. Where is Everett? Okay, right. Yeah, it's right outside of north of Boston. It's basically okay. He says it says on here that he works for the Boston Navy Yard, so it makes sense that he would move closer. So 45 Garland Street. Garland Street, Everett, Massachusetts. Wow, look at this. This is like this might be a first, where almost every single house that we look up, but that's it. Yeah, 45 Garland Street. This is where he's living. Wow. That's that every single house that we've had an address for, like a full address for, we've been able to find and still exists. Yeah, that hasn't happened in such a long time when we've been doing this. Wow. That's awesome. We can kind of break that slump we had for a little bit with this. But okay, so yeah, so we found some of the houses. Other thing I wanted to look at next before we go into newspapers is good old find a grave. So let's go ahead. And it's the same photo. Same photo we've seen in all the other ones. Waldo County. He moved back to Waldo County later in his life. And he lived to be 90, which is, pretty good. And what's interesting with this one... Okay, just looking at this. Son of Warren and Elizabeth Clark. His brother Paul is here. But Victoria is listed as a spouse because it looks like they got buried together. But what's interesting is that it doesn't list any kids. Although it could actually be that his kids... I mean, they're old enough. They could still be alive. Or they're more recently deceased and they're, maybe their information hasn't been added here yet, but... Son Paul Grant, his wife. Son Clayton Grant, his wife, Victoria H. Page. Wow, Victoria, look at this. Victoria lived to be 102. That is crazy. 2004. Wow. It's always crazy when researching these people and, realizing that I was, alive at the same time that they were for some of them. It's a weird feeling, honestly, that there is this, I don't know, my mind just goes back to the possibility of, while I was, off at school or doing whatever, these people were, also around and doing, they were living their lives. They were most of them near the end of their lives. I don't know, it's just weird to think that, they're contemporary, Okay, so the Find a Grave didn't really give us that much information. So now I think we have to move on to newspapers. Okay. Let me pull up newspapers.com. All right, and let's jump into it. So we'll start with his early life. We'll start in Maine. So we'll just start with Clayton Grant. All right. So 1904. Let's do 1904 to 19. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just do 1910 for now. Let's just see if there's anything. And then let's start with just Maine, and then we'll see if we can narrow it down to Waldo County. Okay, it's definitely not this one, because Wyatt Earp of Philadelphia and Clayton Grant killed Big Moose. I don't think he's killing a moose when he's 6 years old. But it is the right area. Celia Clayton Grant. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to sort it by oldest first. Okay, that says Clayton of Grant, so that's not it. But these are all in the right area. His announcement of Miss... Okay, no, that's not the right person. That's also talking about his marriage, engagement. Miss Clayton Grant, no. Hold on. West Winterport. Miss Carrie Hamlerby closed a very successful term of school at West Winterport November 24th. Those not absent for one day during the term were Beatrice and Margaret White. The following program was presented by the pupils at the close of the school. Greeting by school. The smallest boy and I, Clayton Grant. That's him. He'd be 5. It's crazy to think that, I mean, a 5-year-old could definitely read or present something, so. Singing by school. Okay. This close to the pro. Okay, yeah, so that's probably, yeah, West Winterport. So that's probably him. He was in... Wow. Okay, so this is, I think, the earliest thing we have for him. Wow. Okay, so let's change it. 1911 to 1920. Okay. Where is Penobscot County? Because if it's not near any of, like, you know, if it's not near Waldo County, then I would discount those because they're likely not referring to Penobscot. Hold on. Let's look here. Oh, it's the county right next door. Okay, it's the county just north of Waldo. Okay, so then I guess I do have to look at all those. Let's see. Okay, 1911. Okay, this was like another school year thing from 19. So the next year, 1911, West Winterport, same thing. Fisher School closed Friday evening. May 19th with the following program. Phonograph, recitation, dialogue, starting a choral, crowning of June, okay. Recitation. I'm glad I'm not a boy by Beatrice Wright. I'm glad I'm not a... Oh wait, Tableau, Union. 5 children. Clayton Grant, Earl Pendleton. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it's another school year end thing. That's crazy that we found something for him this young, because he's 7. Right? 6 or 7, roughly? Okay, hold on, let's see. Let's see what this one is, if this is the right Clayton. Messengers, Leon Crownley, Harold Look, and Clayton Grant. That's Addison, so I don't think that's right. Okay, November of 1912. West Winterport, okay. Another Miss Ruby B. Bean goes a successful term of school. What did he read this time? A Merry Thought. Okay, so he's... It shows that he's getting a good... he's going to school every year. So that's good. He's getting at least a part of an education. He clearly knows how to... If he's reciting this stuff, he's capable of... he's learning how to read, so that's good. I don't think this is right. This is Lewiston, Maine. Columbia Falls. Okay, yeah, no, that's not who we're looking for. Clayton Grant of Columbia Falls. No, okay. Okay, 1914. West Winterport, another school thing. This one's 1914 though. Miss Gertrude Conant and the pupils of West Winterport School held an entertainment last Friday evening to which the parents and friends were invited. The pupils first rendered a very excellent program which showed painstaking care on the part of both teacher and scholars. Opening address. So he read or sang Farmer Brown's Fence. He'd be almost 10. Wait, no, or would he be 10? No, almost 10. He's born July 8th. And this one was... Yeah, May. Okay, yeah, so he's almost 10. He's 9 years old. In that one. Okay, that's not the right person. I don't think this is the right person either. Wallace Canyon. No. Not the right person. Named by her mother, Mrs. Clayton Grant. Okay, no. So there are other Clayton Grants in Maine in this area at the time, but yeah, so all these ones that are Mrs. Clayton Grant are definitely not him, because he is not married. Yeah, Clayton Grant of Columbia, so that's not it. Clayton Grant of Columbia. So most of these aren't him. What is this one? Children spent the past week in Columbia Falls. Nope, okay. That's not. Basically, the only ones that are going to be him are the ones that are are in Winterport. Or this one, Monroe. Where's Monroe? Monroe. Among those ill with bad colds are Clayton Grant, Horace Cunningham, and Richard Palmer. Where's Monroe? Hold on. Oh, it's right next to West Winterport. Okay, yeah. So that is actually probably him. That actually is probably him. That he has a bad cold. He'd be 14 here. This is the Columbia guy. That's not him. Mrs. Clayton, no. Mrs. Clayton, no. Okay, hold on. Clayton F. That's him. Warrants and wait. Warrants and inventories were returned in estates of Paul A. and Clayton F. Grant of Winterport. That's him and his brother. He's only 15. Is this specifically something? Probate court. Huh. Warrants and inventories were returned in estates of Paul A. and Clayton F. Grant of Winterport. I mean, his brother, he's only 15, but his brother is 18, so maybe that's why they did it? Because his... Huh. Although, wait, no, this is in 1919. I don't think 18 you were legally considered an adult yet. I think that's kind of a more recent thing. I think it used to be older. Huh. Okay, hold on, wait, here's another one. And that one specifically says Clayton F. Grant. What is this? Riverside Grange holds annual fair. Is that what it is? North Brewer and Eddington patrons compete in products of farm and fireside. I think that's what this is, right? Exhibits of the babies. Oh, is this a baby animals? What kind of animals? Members of Riverside's Men of Tomorrow had it all their own way for a while in the early afternoon, when the usual brunch of satisfied mites heirs to all that the men of today are able to amass to give their kiddies a start in life, made their bow and stepped on the scales to prove each right to the blue ribbons that the judges carried so carelessly but awarded with such fidelity to their trust. The prizes, 2 of each class, were awarded first to the heaviest baby of the class, second to the lightest. The booby prize, had there been one, must have gone to the poor hiddle-diddle one left in between the biggest and the least. Class 1, 6 months and under. Clayton F. Grant, aged 6 months, weight 19 pounds. First prize, wow. Wait. Is this a... Wait. Are they talking about, like, actual babies, or are they talking about animals? I'm getting confused. One to 2 years old. Wait, these are actual... Special prize of $2 was awarded to Mildred Alice Robertson as being the heaviest baby under 1 year. Is this a different Clayton F. Grant? Let's see. Hello, Tricia. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day today. We are currently trying to research the guy in the photo above me, the boy in the photo above me. And we're currently trying to find some information on him. We found a lot of stuff, interesting stuff so far. Like we found him in old census records. We found his old draft card. We found, let's see, we found an old photo of him. Or a later photo of him. This right here. So that's the same, this person right here is the same person that's above me. Just like later in life. And we're currently going through newspapers to see if we can figure out, see if we can find in old newspapers about this person. Their name is Clayton F. Grant. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if is this Clayton F? Because it's like they're treating as it. Okay, so Clayton F. Grant is the baby, and weighs 19 pounds. I think that's right for a. I mean, I don't know anything about babies. I don't know what's considered a normal weight or not in that case. Okay. What if, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure with this one. This one's weird. Because, like, unless this means there's another Clayton F. Clayton. Yeah, this could be a different Clayton F. Grant. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what we've been doing this stream, Teresia. Researching the person, the photo you see above me. Yeah, Clayton F. Grant is their name. So let's see. Okay, this one I'm not gonna take into account this one because this one is. So yeah, so I do like research streams like this a lot. It's not always like of photos like this that you see above me. One thing that we've done in the past is I'll look up old like patents, and then and in those patents, we'll look up the inventor or the filers of the application for that patent. So basically, yes, we do these like kind of research streams a lot where it's like researching a person. I also do like talk about like other history things on stream sometimes. Also IRL, I work in a museum and I've been playing a game called 2 Point Museum recently, sometimes. And playing, I want to try some other history games I know that are out there, maybe. That's pretty cool and something that isn't quite often. Thank you. Yeah, it's a definitely something that I haven't seen. Something I definitely haven't seen on Twitch that much. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, this is him. Yep, I work in a museum in real life. As you can tell, I'm a big history nerd, and so that's why I figured, you know what, I was gonna do this type of like research stuff. I figured if I'm gonna do this research stuff, I figured I might as well share it, because sometimes you find some pretty cool stuff. How's it like to work in a museum? Because that's something I'm not aware of. So I love it. I mean, I love it because I love history. And I specifically, my background is mostly working in history museums. And I just love being surrounded by historical objects and historical material. I'm very interested in just like learning people's like stories and like learning about the past. And that's, you know, when you work in a museum, you're surrounded by it all the time. I'm mostly working like helping take care of like objects and materials, making sure things are properly inventoried, helping, you know, things are like accessible and like available to researchers and stuff like that, doing all that kind of fun stuff. So I love it, you know, it's something that, you know, it doesn't pay a lot. That's also something I will say. As much as I love it, you don't do it because it makes money. You do it because you love the material. So this article right here, Mr. and Mrs. Warren Grant. So that's his father. Warren Grant is Clayton's father. So this is definitely him. They went with all of these people. Motor to Stockton Sunday. Where is Stockton? Where is Stockton, Maine? Okay, there's Stockton Spring, Maine. Oh, it's just right there. Okay. That's not that far. And when was that? 1920. Motored, so they had a car. I mean, but who knows how good the roads are during that time. So the museum I work at, it's most of the museums I've worked at are history specifically related. Specifically history. Not really. No, I haven't worked in any history or sorry, in any science or art museums. Most of my experience is working in specifically history museums and archives as well. Let's see, what is this? Oh, does it say where? General notes. Westbrook News. Portland Evening Express. Oh, this is in Portland. This is too far away. I don't think this is him. I don't think this is the right Clayton Grant. I don't know if the museum I would say that I've worked at is necessarily famous, and I'm not going to say where I have worked because I don't want to dox myself. I just leave it, I just keep it vague as that they are history museums. Just for, you know, privacy reasons. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Teresia. Yeah. There's a great deal of sickness in town of the measles among the school pupils, and some of the schools are closed for a time. Mrs. Clayton Grant has had the care of 5 patients. 3. Okay, no, this isn't him. Okay, so that's 1920. We know that he moves to Pennsylvania by 1930. So let's just do 1921 to 1930. Oh boy, there's a lot. Okay. And maybe let's focus first on Waldo County. Okay, that's Clayton E. Grant. Although that could actually be him. That could just be a mistake, because F's and E's do get mixed up sometimes. So, okay. Members of the Athletic Association who are entitled to their school letters: John Carlton, Earl Clark, Edmund Ritchie, Clayton Grant, Donald Long, Thomas Bowden, Everett Neville. Okay. This is probably him? Yeah, this is under the Winterport section, so yeah. Where did you get this PNG? So this PNG is actually a two paintings of a man, an old English writer by the name of Samuel Johnson. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but they actually were a popular meme back in the day, where it where like, you know, it'd be used when like you read something crazy on the internet, where it's like they show like the crazy screenshot of like the tweet or whatever, you know, and then the next image is me looking at the papers, and then the next shot is me looking up, because they're both paintings of the same person, so it works as a meme. And they're just publicly, you know, because they're old paintings, they're in the public domain, and so I just thought it would be a funny PNG, you know, and it's to like do this with, and also it's kind of history related. Okay, so we do have ads starting soon. For the next, in about like less than a minute here, we're gonna have some ads. So feel free to use that opportunity real quick to go get some water, to stand up, you know, stretch your legs, all that fun stuff. I won't do too much more research during that time. I'll definitely go back if we find anything crazy. Also, I'll use this time to, you know, maybe drink and stuff like that. I haven't done that recently. Okay. Okay, let's do this next one real quick. Okay, honor roll for the first half of the winter term of Winterport High School has been posted as follows. Those who have attained a rank of not less than A in all studies are... And look at that, Clayton E. Grant. Wow. Oh wait, no, those who attained a rank of not less than B. Okay. All right, so he's a good average student, a B student, which is good. I'll take it. I'll definitely take a B. Okay, I think the ads are starting soon. Let me just look at this one real quick. The junior exhibition was held at Union Hall Monday evening, June 12th. The readings were varied, and each student rendered his or her number in a manner that reflected much credit on them and showed the benefit of good instruction. Okay, so this is a reading. So he read The Ballad of Elkanah B. Atkinson. Elkanah B. Atkinson. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that real quick. What's your favorite guy from history, or maybe any historical person you know? Ooh, that's... I have a few. My focus personally is on American history. That's definitely the type of history that I'm the most interested in. Specifically early American history, from like, you know, kind of first contact, or even prehistory, like American, like Native history. Up till like kind of like Reconstruction after the Civil War. After that, I kind of start to lose interest, but that's kind of like my favorite time period. Let's see. Favorite guys, though. Probably, I'll just list off a few. Teddy Roosevelt is my favorite president, just because just as a character, he's just like crazy and super interesting and fascinating. And he also did a lot of things that I do personally like creating the Food and Safety Drug Act, and the creation of the National Park Service. I'm a huge fan of America's national parks. Been to a ton of them, and I love outdoor stuff, so big fan of that as well. And then another one off the top of my head, the Wright brothers are probably another one that I've gotten really interested in lately, because they are famous, for being the first people to, create powered flight, motor-powered flight. And what's interesting about them is that, or what I admire about them is that they weren't doing that for like money or fame or anything like that. They owned a bicycle shop, and this finding out how to build a plane was just a side thing that they did for, on their own spare time. And in doing that, they changed world history. And like I said, they weren't doing it for money. They weren't doing it for fame. And like that, there's just something I find very admirable about that they changed world history. I wouldn't necessarily say on accident, but like not with the intention of glory, is how I would put it. Let's see. All right, so ads are done, so let's go ahead and continue on here. There's a lot listed here. Is there what if I change it to Clayton F. Grant? Aha! September 1929. Winterport young man weds in Melrose. Here we go. This is him. Clayton F. Grant of West Winterport was recently married to Miss Beatrice M. Lord of Melrose, Massachusetts. The ceremony took place in the home of the bride's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Charles G. Lord, and was something only by family members of the immediate families. Reverend Richard H. Bennett officiated, and the double ring service was used. For their honeymoon, they took a tour by auto through New Hampshire. The bride is a graduate of Melrose High School, attended Bridgewater Normal, and is a graduate of Simon's College. The bridegroom is a graduate of Winterport High School, attended the University of Maine, and is a graduate of Westinghouse Electrical School. Okay, so that explains that's how he got into being an electrical engineer. He is still connected with the Westinghouse Electrical and Manufacturing Co. Mrs. Grant will conclude her duties in a few weeks at the city library, after which she and Mr. Grant will make their home in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, both the bride and groom have many true friends wherever they have gone, and all wish them a most happy and successful future. Wow, okay, so this gives us good information. We know exactly where they went to school, both high school and university, for both of them. And that he specifically was working for Westinghouse Electrical Company. Okay. Okay. And what's this other one with Clayton F. Grant? Let's see. All right. Hello, Coco. Welcome on in. Yeah, so that up there above me is Clayton, Clayton F. Grant, who, I'm going to be honest, when we started this stream, I thought, one, their name was Clayton, because that's how it looks on the back of the photograph. It doesn't look like a C. And I thought they were a girl. So it took me a second to figure out who they were and to find them, but we did eventually discover that they are Clayton F. Grant, a man who would grow up to become an electrical engineer, and would live in Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. Was born in Maine. Got married to a woman named Beatrice, which we actually just found their newspaper talking about their wedding. So let's see, what else can we find on them? So, okay, so let's see if we get rid of the Clayton F. Grant. And let's maybe change the year to 1929. So that way we specifically see if there are any more articles about his marriage. Oh, whoops, no. Charles, no. Mrs. Clayton. So all these ones with Mrs. Clayton are not him. Oh, look at this. Look at that. He put out an ad in the newspaper. Oh, but it's cut off, but... Young man, 17 years old, would like to work in, so it's like grocery store, no experience, Clayton Grant, 31 School Street, Auburn. Would he be 17? Wait, would he be 17? No, he wouldn't be 17. He'd be... Yeah, because he was born in 1904. He'd be 15. Because, yeah, wait, yeah, he's 17 living in Auburn. Wait, no, yeah, this is 1929. He's not living in Maine anymore. He's in Massachusetts. Okay, no, that's not him. Dang it, I thought we got him. Oh no, trust me, Coco, I'm barely good at age math. Okay, hold on, wait, this looks like a wedding one. Hold on. Grant and Lord, yes. Okay. I think this might be... Is this just straight up the same article? Hold on. Where's the... I think this is... Yeah, it's the same article, just in a different paper. Yeah, okay, that's the one we already got. Okay, let's just do 1930 real quick. even though they don't live in, they're not going to live in Maine at this point. Oh, it's okay. Let's go back to 1921 to 1928. And let's look specifically at... So any of them that are Mrs. Clayton are definitely not him. Back in our briefs. About 30 young friends of Miss party in the corner of York and Adams Streets Monday. I think this might be the other Clayton Grant, because apparently there's another Clayton Grant who also lives in the area. Oh wait, here we go, Clayton F. Grant. Oh yeah, let me change it to that real quick. Hold on. That'll make it, so that way at 100% we know that this is the right Grant that we're looking for. Oh wow, just that one. What music are you using today? I'm using, it's literally just a playlist, or just a video on YouTube called Niche and Obscure, No Thoughts, Head Empty Nintendo Music. So it's just a compilation. The current... Well, what was the current thing that was just playing? A game apparently called the Tentai Show. I've never heard of that, but that's apparently what it is. Let me know though if the music is like too loud or if I'm too loud or vice versa, because I want to make sure that the audio sounds good while we're doing this. Okay, so that's... Let's see. Oh, just curious. Yeah. Yeah, no, so I I just like having just kind of like, chill background music. I used to do more of like, the like lo-fi girl like background music initially, but I kept getting problems with like some of those songs, even though they say they're like, they don't have copyright, or something, they're not, like that they're like free use. I still sometimes when using that as the background get copyright strikes or get parts of the VOD muted. I've had that happen before, so I just, because this is Nintendo music, or like it's just video game music, it's pretty safe. I've never had any issues with this, and this playlist is long enough that I can kind of use this and it not get like, like drawn out or boring or repetitive. Did we already look at this one? High school notes. My keyboard is half dead, hence all the dashes. Sorry in advance. That's okay. I'll admit, I was a little bit confused at first, but I wasn't going to say anything. I figured it was maybe something with your like with your computer, with your keyboard, but that's perfectly fine. Hey, make do. I hope it doesn't, fully die on you. Okay, high school notes. School closed December 16th. Following students have been present for every session during the fall term of 14 weeks. The following have been absent for only one session. Okay, so he was doing a good job in school. Only missed one day of school in the first, kind of semester in 1921. Let's see, Mrs. Clayton Grant. Let's see. I have the money, but I feel like making it work a bit like, oh no, I'm the exact same way with stuff. I will use stuff until like it is completely unusable. Like my backpack that I use for like, everything like for work and stuff. I have had that backpack since I was in high school. It's the same backpack, and one of the zippers, like only half of it like kind of works. There's like holes on the inside of it, like the part that separates the different like pockets. There's holes in some parts of it. The elastic on the sides of like the like for like cup holes on the side is completely gone and just like doesn't hold anything anymore. And it's like I could get a new backpack. I probably should get a new backpack, but you know what? It still works, and I haven't had any problems with it. And yeah, he does have very good attendance. We found another article earlier that said that he was getting like, his grades were like a B and above. So he was a pretty good student. Okay, here we go. High school notes. Winterport High is again among that list of schools which boasts of a basketball team. Union Hall has been secured and games will be announced to be played in that hall. Captain Neville and 6 other men wearing the green and white with the spirit that always accompanies those colors went to Hampton Friday night to play their first game with Hampton Academy. The fellows who played... Oh, he was on the basketball team. The score was 32-48, but our men lacked practice. It was their first game, and they had nearly all green men, while Hampden played experienced players and was in her own hall without 50 supporters and cheerleaders. Wilson and 9 other girls from West High School behind their team. They returned to Union Hall. We asked for their support of the basketball fans of Winterport. Wow. Is this a high school paper, or does this just highlight the importance of local news? Can you be a little bit more specific? I'm not entirely sure what you're asking there. Oh, is the newspaper a high school paper? I see what you're saying now. No, this is these are all local newspapers. Local newspapers just talk about like high schools and stuff like that. High school sports. I mean, my local newspaper, when I was growing up, talked about high school sports. Hell, I was in the newspaper a couple times because I was on a sports team in high school. And what's funny is that one time, they had a picture of me doing my sports in the newspaper, but they put the wrong name underneath the picture. So they say I'm one of my friends that was on the team, and we look kind of similar, but like not enough to really like, I don't know. It was just really funny that like the one time I was in like, the local paper, they put the wrong name. Okay, Mrs. Clayton, no. Okay, let's see what this. Is this a high school thing? Okay, the following students. Okay, again, this is another... There we go. Okay, look at that. He had... The following students at Winterport School were present for every session. Yeah, look at that. He made it every single one. Every single day of class. So yeah, he seems like he was a pretty good student. Especially in a rural, like kind of more farming community like this. Yeah, it was, honestly, even at the time, I just thought it was funny. I honestly didn't think it was that bad. Like I wasn't really that upset. Okay, no, that's not him. Let's see. High school notes. Oh, wow. This was... I don't know what happened with the scanner here, but they, poof, got all blown up in the middle of it. William Hopkins. The prize... Pauline Crockett entertained the senior class at her home Monday evening, January 29th. Whist and music were enjoyed. What is whist? W-H-I-S-T. I've never heard of whist. Is that like the cool local drug at the time? Hold on. Whist. Oh, it's a card game. A card game, usually of 2 pairs of players in which points are scored according to the number of tricks won. A classic English trick-taking card game, which had been widely played in the 18th and 19th centuries. Huh. Okay, so it's a card game. That's what they're doing. Huh, and he was at that party. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This was like another high school thing. Oh, wait. Okay. Carnival held Wednesday afternoon, February 28th. Oh, look at this. Highest individual point winners were Clayton Grant, class of 23, who collected a total of 21 points for his class, having 3 firsts and 2 seconds to his credit. Dang, look at that. Dang, he was athletic. Okay, hold on, wait. What are the things that he... Okay, he didn't win the 100-yard snowshoe race. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. He got second. He got second in the 100-yard snowshoe race. And then the 220-yard snowshoe race. He also got second in that. 440-yard ski race. He won that. One-mile cross-country ski race won by Clayton Grant, 23. Wow, yeah, he did really good with that. Yeah, he does have skills. He was athletic. To win a 1-mile cross-country ski race? Cross-country skiing is something I've always wanted to try. I've done downhill skiing. And it's fun, but there's a special place in hell for the person who invented and designed snow ski boots. They are the most uncomfortable and terribly designed shoe of all time. I hate them so much. And I would go skiing again if the boots were more comfortable. But they're terrible. They suck so much. And I haven't been skiing in like 15 years. I haven't done it since like high school. Is this? Nope. Okay, this looks like a list of school events. There we go. Perfect attendance again. For April of 23. Let's see. Okay, not this one because it's not Centerville. How about this one? Can't prove that that's him. Skiing is iconic winter sport, but it looks too dangerous to me. I mean, it can be. I mean, especially downhill skiing. It just depends on where you are and where you go. There are, different levels and different things. You can easily do like, what are the easiest ones? The green circle? I think it's like green circle, blue square, black diamond, and double black diamond. The most extreme I ever did was black diamond. Because yeah, it can be pretty sketchy. Especially if you're inexperienced. But you always, like any sport, you start small and then you work your way up to what you're more. You work your way up to something, easier. High school notes. Miss Sarah Treat Reed pleasantly entertained the senior class of the high school, of which she is a member, at the home of her aunt, Miss Annie R. Fernald, on Wednesday evening. Whist and other games were enjoyed. Clayton Grant received first prize, a box of stationery. Wow, he won the card game. Those presents were, okay, all these people. And yeah, obviously he's there because he won. Dang, he's not only winning athletically, he's smart too, if he's winning this card game. And he's going to school constantly. He seems like, like the popular guy, honestly. Some more Mrs. Clayton. What are these ones? Which report? Oh, is this about... Hold on. Oh no, the typesetter messed up here. They actually put it in upside down. Winterport, June 11. Oh, this is graduation, commencement of Winterport High School, and he's listed here the other members of the class. Clayton Francis Grant, yep. $13 in all. So 13 in his senior class. Bit less than mine. I think my senior class was like 350, I think, like between 350, 400, somewhere around there. Okay, hold on. This says has his name after Winterport. Samuel Goodman, Banger, Arts, Clayton Grant, Winterport, Tech. Oh, wait, what is this? Freshman Supreme this week at the university. Oh, is this him going to college? New students report for early practice in studying and to learn college customs before upperclassmen arrive. 42 report to football practice. And that's what he was studying, tech, which makes sense because he would go on to be an electrical engineer. Mrs. Clayton. Let's see, is this him? Winterport. Clayton Grant, Tyler Conant, Norris Clement, Kenneth Nelly, Donald blah blah blah. Spencer Hawley, with their respective homes in town, left Wednesday to resume their studies at the University of Maine. Okay, yeah. So we saw that one. We did see something that did say that, yeah, he did study at the University of Maine, and this is proof of that. And this was like another one from roughly that time. Yeah, this is like the same group of people. Respective homes for the University of Easter recess, which began Friday afternoon. Okay, yeah. This is Clayton. Okay, and then this is him talking about him like coming and visiting. No, that's not him. That's a different one. Okay. Clayton Grant was at the home of his parents. Mission was born Grant over Friday, returning to the University M for final examination Saturday. He left there last Sunday with the ROTC for Camp Benson, where they will spend a few days. Interesting. He was in ROTC. Okay. Is this... Hold on. No, that's not him. That's the other Clayton Grant. This is Clayton Dant. It's interesting... Okay, at West Winterport. Okay, this is him attending a party. Yeah, he's listed here at this party. It's interesting here, you can look at this, like, graph here, how, like, this is the peak. When he's in high school is, like, the peak of, like, him being mentioned in the newspaper. And a little bit after he goes to college, and then after that it just completely dies off. Wait, hold on, what is this? As a position as an attendant at the state institution in Westminster. No, it's Columbia Falls. That is not him. Eastern State Normal School. No, it's not him. What is this? Yeah, Eastern... No. Okay, yeah. That's also not him. This is Clayton. Mrs. Clayton. Clayton Grant... Hold on, wait, which... Okay, Winterport, this is him. Clayton Grant has gone to Providence, Rhode Island, where he is employed by the Jackson and Moreland Engineering Company of Boston. Okay. So again, this is him working... This is him working more, starting his, like, work in the engineering field. This one looks like it might be him. Clayton Grant of, yeah, West Winterport was one of the boys who went with Mr. Smith, and they surely are making good. They both were Winterport High School graduates and University of Maine students. The third young man was also a university student. They write some very interesting letters about their work and study, also about the people they meet. Where's Mr. Smith? Is there a thing up here for Mr. Smith? I guess we're just supposed to know who he went with? Because I don't see anything... Oh, wait, here we go. Mrs. Ellie White and Miss Margaret White visited Mr. and Mrs. Mandel Smith's March 30th. While there, Mr. and Mrs. Smith received a letter from their son Donald. He, with two other promising young men, left Winterport January 14th for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to work and study at the Westinghouse Electric Manufacturing Company. Okay, that's where that starts. This is probably where he got his job because... Yeah, because this is April 14th, 1927. That's 2 years before they, like, officially move out there. So this is where it starts, where he starts working for Westinghouse. The letter stated that Mr. Smith has passed all examinations in a credible manner and he has been transferred to Sharon, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, for 2 months' work there. And they surely are making good. They are both Winterport High School graduates and university students. Okay, but they're still at school. They haven't graduated yet. Okay, I think this is him. Clayton Grant arrived home last week from Pennsylvania for a month vacation with his parents. He is with the Westinghouse Electric Manufacturing Company of East Pittsburgh and is living in Wilkinsburg as a member of the Iota Sigma Phi. Huh. Okay, so that's a fraternity he's a part of. And this is another thing about him. That Clayton Grant is home from the Westinghouse Electric plant at Pittsburgh, having come 2 weeks earlier than Mr. Smith. He is soon to return. Okay. So yeah, so this is all him working there. And then yeah. No, that's not him. Okay, so I think that's it for this time period. Okay, so we know in 1929 he's in Pittsburgh with his wife. Actually, wait, hold on. No, let's do 1929. Let's change it to Massachusetts. Here we go. Okay. All right. Marriage intentions have been filed at the Melrose City Hall by Clayton F. Grant of Winterport, Maine, and Miss Beatrice M. Lord, 10 Cottage Place. Okay. There we go. So there is something in the Massachusetts newspapers about him, too. What about this one? This is a few... Here we go. Marriage returns of the city's clerk's office disclosed the weddings of... Yeah, and then Clayton F. Grant of Winterport, Maine, and Miss Beatrice May Lord of 10 Cottage Park, Melrose. Okay. So he is... We don't really have anything, though, that explains, like, why he's in Massachusetts, how he met Beatrice. Let me just see... Oops. Wow, yeah, nothing. Just that. Okay. Let's change it to Pennsylvania. Specifically Allegheny County. Okay, Pittsburgh. Frat pledges announced. Okay, no, that's not him. Pittsburgh Courier. Attorney L. Clayton Grant. No. Okay. That is not him. Okay, so let's change it then. 1930. We know by 1938, right? It's 1938, right? That he's living in... Yeah, 1938, he's living in Massachusetts. So sometime between 1930 and 1938, he moves. And we'll stick with Allegheny County because we know he was living in Pittsburgh. So let's just do 38. Okay, so nothing here, nothing here. But here... A handsome young fellow seen during drawing of between his attorney. Okay, no, that's not him. That's the attorney that we saw in the other one. What if we get rid of Allegheny County? Or is there going to be like a million? How big is Allegheny County? It says that he... Yeah, I think it originally said that... Oh, wait, no. Because the 1930 census that we have specifically says, yeah, Edgewood. Which is, yeah, Allegheny... Okay, yeah, he is in Allegheny County, so... Hold on. Let me just check... Let me just check what, like, the nearby surrounding counties are. Okay, Westmoreland, Armstrong. Okay, let's just see if any of those are even here. No, it's none of these. No. Nope. No, yeah, nothing. Okay. Wow, so like almost nothing for his time in Pennsylvania. Now let's change this to Massachusetts. Wow, not that many Clayton grants. Only 7 in the whole... Okay, Essex County. I think that was one of the places he was living? Wait, that's Clayton Street. What's this one? Ask condemnation second petition. Brockton residents act on site near post office. A supplement petition has been filed with the original petition of Attorney General William D. Mitchell in the federal court here seeking condemnation of lands in Maple Street, Brockton, adjoining the present post office site on the ground that the price asked by the owners is excessive and that the land is desirable for governmental purposes. A trial of the issue is to be sought. Additional names affixed to the petition are those of... Okay. That could be him? This is in the Boston Globe. It could be him, but it's not 100% sure. Clayton C, Clayton Hamilton. No. Okay. Wow. Yeah, nothing. Nothing there. Okay. Okay, then let's do 1938 or 1939 to 1950. Because we know he was still in Massachusetts in 1950. Wow, nothing. That's shocking. Considering how much we had, like, earlier, like, how many there were in Massachusetts, I thought, like, oh, you know, we'll... And wow, look, there's 0 now in Maine, too. This is interesting, because we also don't have anything for him in the 1940 census. It was like he disappears during this time period. I mean, I doubt this is going to get us anything, but maybe let's just try. Nothing. Okay, so let's try 1951. Now let's do 1966, because as of right now, we know he does get married again in 1966. Whether it's because he got a divorce or something happened to Beatrice, we don't know. Okay, 1956. What is this? Family returns. Family return. Although the damage was estimated in excess of $10,000, the entire loss cannot be determined until a thorough investigation is made by the family, which returned to their abbreviated vacation of Bristol, New Hampshire. Police and fire officials linked the fire with an August 18th fire at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Clayton F. Grant of 99 Pearl Street, which was also broken into and set afire. Whoa, wait, their house got... Police are also investigating the possibility that the fire in a Melrose home last Tuesday night might have been caused by the same gang. Thieves blamed for fire wrecks. Reading, yes, he was living in Reading. That's the 1950 census. The 1950 census says that he was... Or Reading. It's either Reading or Reading. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's... Yeah, getting robbed and setting on fire. A general alarm fire, believed to have been set by thieves, swept the home of Mr. and Mrs. Carl Erlinson of 58 Colburn Road today while the family was vacationing in New Hampshire. Firemen battled the blaze for 2 hours before it was brought under control. It threatened to spread to other homes in the vicinity. After the fire was extinguished, Fire Chief Hugh Eames said he found evidence the two-story dwelling had been ransacked by burglars. Eames asked for an investigation by police and the state fire marshal's office after he discovered the fire had been set in the cellar. The neighbors had called to the fire department when they saw smoke and flames shooting from the small windows in the house. The blaze worked its way through the roof before it was put out. Probably a way, they probably did it as a way to, like, cover their tracks, you know? Like if they rob a place and then they're like trying to hide what they did. That's probably what they did. Dang, that sucks that their house got August 18th. Okay, this is August 30th. Okay, maybe if we just search Clayton Grant, maybe it'll come up. But this is... Okay, and 99 Pearl Street. Hold on. The 1950 census. That's what this one says. It says Pearl. I couldn't read this before. I was trying to figure out... I couldn't figure out what this word was. It's Pearl, because 99 right here. Oh yeah, it's a very mean way to do it, Coco. Like, not only are you robbing people, but then you're also just destroying their house in the process. Like, that's honestly, like, insanely evil. Okay, so hold on. Let's see if we can find their... So, 99... Pearl Street. Reading, Massachusetts. Look at this. Although... Yes, it is very tight cursive. That's why I couldn't read it at first. Okay, hold on. Is this... Yeah, this is it. 99 Pearl Street. Can't really see it from this angle. Yeah, it's... You know what? I just thought about that, Coco, that, yeah, it is a rebuild. It has to be a rebuild, because the other house burned down. So who knows when this house was built. It would have to be after 1956, because that's when this newspaper article was from. Okay, hold on. If I just search Clayton Grant... There's also a lot in Maine during this time, so we'll go look at that too. Okay, August 8th. Okay, August 18th. This is probably it. This is it. Fireman injured as ladder snapped. Oh my god, and the fire... Jesus Christ, and they broke their ladder during the blaze. Oh no. A fireman was painfully injured in a 15-foot fall from a ladder while fighting a stubborn attic fire in the two-story dwelling at 99 Pearl Street about 5 p.m. today. Fireman Robert Thomas, 32, suffered several broken ribs when a top rung snapped. He was treated at a nearby doctor's office. Thomas and 3 other firemen had gone up the ladder from the attic floor to the roof. Thomas was on his way down to fetch another hose line when the rung collapsed, sending him sprawling to the attic floor. Oh god, then they had to get him out, while probably surrounded by fire. Fire Chief Hugh Eames said the ladder had been weakened by flames. Okay. The 100-year-old the 100-year-old house, a Reading landmark, is owned by Clayton Grant, who, with his family, is away on vacation. No one was in the dwelling. See that? Okay, that's why they're thinking it's connected. It's the same thing. Because the other article we just read, they were also on vacation too. Chief Eames said spontaneous combustion was the probable cause, but he is calling in Lieutenant Jeremiah J. Sullivan of the State Fire Marshal's office to investigate. That's interesting. And yeah, it was a classic house. That sucks. So if it's 100 years old in 1956, so it's from 1856. And it was apparently a famous, maybe kind of famous historic house. That sucks though. I mean, the plot of land is still there, but the house it's definitely not the same house because this one burned down. Yeah, this is probably why they think they're related, is because Clayton Grant and his family were also on vacation. Just like the other one. Because these people were also on vacation. So they might be connected. Spring... Wait, what is this? 1959. Oh, this is not the same. This is not the same. Yeah, this is in Springfield, Massachusetts, so that's not the same couple. Like Home Alone movie. Yeah, honestly, I did kind of think about that too. Like the Wet Bandits, how they leave the water running, which honestly I would say is a lot better. That's still terrible and messed up, but it's a lot better than burning it down. It's the exact opposite, actually. Okay, so yeah, these Springfield, Massachusetts ones are not him. Hancock. Bowling results. Nope. Okay. Okay, so that's for Massachusetts during this time period. But, if I do remember correctly, was it here that we saw it? That his 1966 marriage record apparently took place in Maine. And right here, there are apparently a lot in Maine for Clayton Grant. Let's do Clayton F. Grant again real quick. So we know those ones are specifically him. Bangor. Wait, what? Hold on. "47 divorce decrees signed here Friday by Justice E.P. Murray." Maxine P. Grant. from Clayton F. Grant. Oh no. Don't tell me there's another Clayton F. Grant. But it has to be... He has to be younger. Right? Because the... Well, yeah, because it's 1954. The fire was from 1956. And we know in 1950 that they are living in Reading or Reading, however you pronounce it. So I'm pretty sure that fire one is them. And then there's also apparently this Clayton F. Grant. 36. Okay, it's a different... Okay. Well, okay, so yes, there was another Clayton F. Grant, but this Clayton F. Grant, he was... He would be... Okay, hold on. He would be born in... 25... 1919. So this is not the same Clayton F. Grant. This is a different Clayton F. Grant. So this is probably the Clayton F. Grant that is... I got the divorce. Oh, there's a lot in here. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, here we go. 1956. Clayton F. Grant of Winterport to Conrad W. Grant and Carolyn M. Grant of Winterport, land and buildings in Winterport. Okay. Waldo County Realty Trainers. Conrad is his son. So he's giving his son... Okay, so this means that they still at least... If they're not... Okay. If they're not living... Or if they're not living in Winterport, maybe they still have property there. Or maybe they went back after their house burnt down. Okay, we do have ads starting soon. So I'm going to go ahead and pause research for a second and wait until we get that. Until those are done. So let me know if you get ads and if you do, when they're done. Of course, you could get rid of ads if you went ahead and subscribed to the channel. Gotta go ahead and plug that real quick. Because if you subscribe, you not only get rid of ads, but you also get access to some cool, fun emotes. Which I realized right now, I mean, it's so late into the stream, I'm not going to do it, but I just realized that I forgot to do my little, post that I put in the chat and pinned message where I say, oh yeah, feel free to ask questions. But I forgot to do that, and it's kind of too late into the stream now to really make it worthwhile of doing that. Also, I just realized I did the subscription plug, while ads were going, so nobody heard it! Whoops. Oh well. So yeah, so it looks like he did have land here. Let's just do a quick overview real quick of these other ones. Big E Grant, Staff Sergeant. Okay. So those are also in, well, that one's in Bangor. Because where did he, does it say he died? Monroe, Waldo County. Where is Monroe? Again? Oh, I already looked it up. Okay, yeah, he still lived right by West Winterport, where he was from. So, okay, so it looks, what this is telling me, actually maybe I'll wait until we're done here with ads to talk about this. Let's see. I just want to check something real quick. Okay. All right. All right, so I think ads should be done by now. So let me go ahead real quick. All right, great. Fantastic. All right, yep, thank you, Coco. All right, so this is my personal theory. The fire that we saw that happened in Massachusetts happened in 1956, August of 1956. In October of 1956, according to this, Clayton F. Grant of Winterport to Conrad W. Grant and Carolyn M. Grant of Winterport land in buildings in Winterport. So they're selling or giving, whichever one. They're transferring land and property to his son. So this makes me think that after the house burned down in Massachusetts, they moved back to Winterport. They moved back to Maine. That's my theory. Because I can't, because I think the timeline just kind of works out that way, and we do get a Clayton F. Grant at this point. Okay, yeah, Winterport. The annual meeting and election of officers of Cushing Chapter, Order of the Eastern Star, was held Wednesday evening. Officers are Mildred and... Okay, so he's part of this. Okay, hold on, sorry. I just read this name. Officers, the worthy matron, the worthy patron, associate matron, associate patron. These... No wonder people have, like, crazy conspiracy theories of all these, like, secret societies, and or not even secret society, but just, like, you know, fraternal or just, like, you know, fraternity groups and stuff like that. Because, like, some of these names are always, like, insane. And there was one, well, God, I can't remember what it was because we've done so many of these streams, but, like, I remember there was one stream where it was, like, there was one fraternal group, and it was, like, some, like, the grand, like, he was, like, the leader of it was, like, the grand sorcerer of blah, blah, blah. Like, it was just, like, crazy names, like, crazy titles that they give each other. And this isn't, yeah, very wordy titles indeed. So it looks like he was part of this group. Yeah. Is this the same article? March 20th, 1962. Oh yeah, this is the same article. This is New England, though. I mean, yeah, it's an older part of the country. But I feel like you find these things kind of like everywhere. Oh wow, okay, there's a lot. Are there specifically Waldo? No, there is not specifically Waldo. Actually, let's change it to 1956. Because we know he's in Massachusetts during this time. Appointments to office. Jackson, no. Okay. Let's see if maybe there's something after... Hold on, what is this? Amelia Brewer. Okay, yeah, no, that's not him. Okay, August 13th. Okay, August or October 20th. This moment of silence. Deceased members. Okay, I know it's not. That's not him because he's not dead yet. Okay, Finance Committee. Let's see, what's this one? Sears Port. Order of the Eastern Star. Okay, so that is him. And it's just showing, yeah, he's part of this group again. Okay, wait, hold on. We got some stuff here. Winterport. Miss Gloria Cookson was installed as Sentinel by past matron Grace Young. Chairman of Refreshments was Vernon Bailey, assisted by Clayton. Okay, so he's doing society stuff during this time. Oh wait, what's this? The Lutheran students of the University of Maine and Hudson College and Luther League of Redeemer Lutheran Church of Wagner held a hayride at the farm of Mr. Clayton Grant of West Winterport Sunday. After riding through the orchards of Mr. Grant's farm, they went over the road to the farm of Mr. and Mrs. Harry Butler of Frankfort. After visiting there, Mr. and Mrs. Butler returned with the young people to Mr. Grant's farm, where they held a cookout. Oh, okay. So he's basically a farmer now. So I honestly, that's making... Yeah, that's the same article. That's making me, yeah, think that... That's making me... This is really making me think that, like, after that fire happened, he moved back, with him and his family moved back to Maine. Barbara and Phil Scott spent the week and at Belgrade as guests of Miss... Okay, yeah, no, that's in Belgrade. I'm only kind of counting ones that say specifically that they're from Winterport. West Winterport, because that seems to be where he was living. Scott, left Friday for Belgrade. Okay, yeah, that's the same thing. Oh, here we go. Jurors set for Superior Court term. Grand jurors will report at the opening of court, October 13th. In Traverse, jurors will report October 15th at 9:30 p.m. Okay, so he was a juror. Yeah, Winterport. That's him. Okay. What is this one? Mr. and Mrs. Clayton Grant. Okay, no. Columbia Falls. Nope. Yeah. That is not... That's not our guy. Columbia Falls, no. Oh, wait. What is this? 1965. Oh, I think they messed up on his middle name, but that's him because he's 60 in 1965, which is right, and he's from Winterport, so this is him. Thomas E. Wheaton, 29, Anson, and Clayton G. Grant, which it should be F, which it makes sense that they could easily make that mistake. 60, Winterport, pleaded guilty to charges of passing red lights and paid fines of $20 and $15 respectfully. Come on, Clayton. What are you doing? Running red lights? Can't be doing that. It's probably, honestly, you know, if they live in the country, it's probably something that's done all the time. But you can't be doing that, man. If we were doing our bingo... Now, if we were doing our bingo... We could have... well, we technically... Because we had that space on our bingo sheet when we do the patents, is it says criminal. Would this count? Because it's not like a serious crime, but he is... Yeah, he... Good boy gone bad. Yeah, I know. I mean, he was... So far, everything, he seemed pretty good. Yeah, I don't think we would count this, because it's not, like, charged with, like, a serious crime. This is kind of... I mean, it's more intense than a speeding ticket running a red light, I would say. On purpose. Okay, let's see what else do we got. Is this a Winterport thing? Oh, look at that. Okay. EOS chapter installs slate at Winterport. He is being installed as the worthy patron. Congratulations, Clayton. You are... Whatever that means, you are worthy. You are the worthy patron, which I guess means you're the male leader of this group. Jeez. That's April. Let's see, what's this one? Oh, Columbia Falls. Nope. We know the Columbia Falls ones aren't him. Clayton E. of Columbia Falls, no. April 19... Okay, yeah, the Winterport ones. Okay, he's a sentinel for the group, it looks like. Gifts were presented to the installing officers. Marilyn Braley was presented the past matron Jewel, and Clayton Grant was presented the junior past matron Jewel. These societies are weird, man. All kinds of weird stuff's going on with them. That's the same... No, it's not. It's a... Clayton Grant. Yeah, he's a sentinel again. Okay, and that's where... Okay, yeah, because this last thing here is... So, 1966, there's nothing about a marriage with him. Unless I... Hold on, let me change it specifically to 1966. And let me get rid of that county one. What are the other county ones? Does it say... Hold on, wait. Does that thing say when they got married? December 1st, 1966. Augusta, Maine. Nothing. Secret ceremony. I mean, I think all these clubs have like secret ceremonies. Let's see. What is this? Hospitals. No, that's not him. Okay, well, let's try 1967 to 1980. Okay, so we got a few things listed here. Columbia Falls. Okay. Also, I've noticed that, like, none of the things... Because a lot of times in these, you know, in these records, like, they'll put... like, if his wife did something, she would be Mrs. Clayton Grant. But we have not... I don't think any newspaper, we have not seen a single thing for Beatrice in this. Not a single thing. So I might check that a little bit later. Bangor. Okay, let's see. Redeemer Lutheran Church held its annual cookout Sunday at the farm of Mr. and Mrs. Clayton F. Grant, West Winterport. Okay, so he is still married. He's married. He is married at this point, but we don't know if it's her. Okay, hold on. What's this? Lutheran Church holds 7th annual meeting. Okay, well, look, I spoke too soon. Look at that. Mrs. Clayton Grant, Sunday School Superintendent. Committee approved congregational meeting minutes. Okay, so she's on, like, she helps out, she volunteers at the Lutheran Church that it seems like they're a part of. Okay. What is this one? Card of thanks. Okay, this is like a thank you for... the loss of husband and father, Mrs. North Clements. So again, I'm not 100% sure if this is the right Clayton Grants, because we don't know. Because there is another Clayton Grant that lives in Columbia Falls in the same county. Okay, that's that's Clayton E. Grant, Columbia. Okay, that one says Winterport. Redeemer Lutheran Church elects new officer slate. Okay, yeah, so he's one of the... Yeah, so he's involved with the Lutheran Church, and he's one of the officers for the church. Okay.
Underground fire.
What is this? Senior citizens elect officers, Winterport. The first meeting of the Senior Citizens Club last week in St. Gabriel's Hall, Winterport, when officers elected were... Okay, and then named to the program committee were...
Underground
And Mrs. Clayton Grant. Okay. Wow, it's so weird. Okay, yeah. Hmm. Okay. It's weird getting to the point where like we started with this photo, you know, of him um when he's only, you know, 3 years old, and now we're getting articles referring to them as senior citizens. That's the same article. Columbia Falls. Okay, 1971. More Lutheran officers. Okay. Yeah, he's on the officers for the church again. Yep, time certainly does fly. I mean, especially for us, because we're... How long have we been going? Wow, 3.5 hours. Ooh. I did say at the beginning of the stream that because I don't have to go into work tomorrow, I'm working from home, I can actually stay up later tonight and actually go a little bit longer than I normally do for this. Okay, this says Clayton Grant, 46 of Belgrade Lake, so that's not him. Clayton E. Grant, Columbia Falls. Okay, that's Winterport. Schedule set by Redeemer Lutheran Church. Members and friends will gather for a church picnic again at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Clayton Grant in Winterport. Okay. What is this one? Highway for Fish. Clayton Grant, an engineer for the State Department of Inland Fish and Game, surveys construction of a new fishway at Medibemps Lake. Atlantic salmon and other fish are expected to pass through the Denny's River to reach the lake and other spawning areas. Is that him? I mean, an engineer for the State Department of Inland Fish and Game. He'd be in his late 60s, so he could still be working. He was an electrical engineer. That was his main job, was he was an electrical engineer. And unfortunately, the picture... Unfortunately, the picture, like, you can't tell really what he looks like or how old he is. It might be him? It's not, like, crazy to think that, like, oh, he... after doing this, he went on to, like, do other types of engineering. Yeah, I've heard of fishways before. They're, you think of, like... Well, I always think of, like, a salmon ladder. So it's probably like a salmon ladder type of thing. Picture looks like a cryptid, kind of. I mean, it doesn't, yeah, like, I mean, the fact that the face is completely blacked out. All of these pictures like this, like, look like cryptids. Look kind of creepy. So that might be him? It's a little hard to tell. Hampton Highlands, where is that? There are 14 guests present. Oh, Winterport News. Okay, yeah, this actually might be them. The gala time was enjoyed by those people who attended the annual lawn party held by St. Gabriel's Parish, Winterport, on Saturday, July 27th. Okay, yeah, so that probably is them. If this is in Winterport, this is them. And then, okay, yeah, this next one is just this. Is it the same thing? Is this the same? North Waldo Panoma holds meeting in Winterport. Waldo is the county that they're in. Hey, thank you for the follow, Chudesny Din. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. Thank you so much for following. Welcome on in. We're currently researching the person in the photo above me you see there. A man by the name of Clayton Grant. That photo up there was taken when he was 3 years old in it would have been 1908. And we're looking for newspaper articles of him right now. And we're getting near kind of the end of his life. We're currently in 1974 when he's living in Maine and working on a farm. He's in his 70s at this point, or about to be in his 70s. Belfast court cases. Let's see. Peter Young, 18. Frankfurt, and Cecil Licott, 18. Frankfurt, malicious mischief, each sentenced to 15 days in Waldo County Jail, suspended for 10 days upon payment of $25 damage of restitution to Clayton Grant. You know what? Maybe this picture does belong in a museum. You're right, Coco. I have thought about, like, I think it'd be cool, maybe not necessarily a museum, but just like a good database of, like, I mean, I guess that's kind of what Ancestry is, but, like, I don't know. I've always been interested. I think I said this earlier, how, like, the part of history that, like, I really love is just learning about everyday people like this. Like, everybody has a story. And I would really love to somehow, like, I don't know, like, a physical museum might not be possible, but, like, an online database of just this kind of stuff I think would be really, really interesting. But anyway, with this one, this might be him? We don't know which. It's a little hard to say because it's all Waldo County. Oh wait, no, it has to be him because the other. Hold on, wait, Columbia Falls, Maine. What county is that in? Hold on. I can't believe I didn't look that up earlier. Columbia Falls. What county is it in? Washington County. Okay, no, so that has to be him because this is Waldo County Jail. Yeah, so that has to be okay. So that is him. Look at that. Okay, there we go. So that is definitely him. Okay. There's that one. How many more do we have here? Okay, not that many more. Okay, so Henry Stover heads County Red Cross Unit. Belfast. Newly elected directors of the Waldo County chapter of the American Red Cross met Monday evening to select officers. Henry Stover Belfast was reelected as chairman. Vice chairman are Clayton Grant of Winterport and Marion Clemens of Belfast. Wow, okay, so he was involved in the Red Cross too. Okay, hold on, wait, what's this next one? Pond Association approves bylaws. Okay, this is talking about the fish ladder stuff. because this is talking about, okay, a pond association approves bylaws. Because this, okay, yeah. More detailed efforts of the association to have the dam repaired by the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, who are the owners of the dam. He reported that Clayton Grant, engineer for the department, had inspected the dam Sunday and found the portion of the dam which contained the water gate and fish ladder was in bad condition. Royal reported that Grant had informed him that this would be brought to the attention of the commissioner and the emergency repairs would be recommended. Discussion on the possibility of Ebden Pond Association acquiring possession of the dam was held. It was voted to instruct the secretary to contact local senators and representatives to inform them the condition of the dam and to ask their support in having repairs made to the structure. Okay. So again, I'm not 100% sure if this is him. It could be him? It it really is hard to say. Because I mean, this is obviously this Clayton Grant is obviously the same one that we saw in that other one. In the cryptid photo, in the cryptid photo we had earlier, this is definitely that same Clayton Grant. But we don't know if this is Clayton F. Grant or Clayton E. Grant. Of course, they have to have middle initials so close to each other. Okay, what about this one? The Ben Pond Dam deteriorating. Okay, this is a more detailed article about the same thing. The association says that the department had also had blueprints at the time of the cement dam that were first drawn up by state engineer Clayton Grant in 1971, and that $55,000 had been appropriated for the work. Yeah, again, it's... Wait, if it was built in 1971 and by 1978 it's already deteriorating, that is not a good sign for your dam if it already has problems. Oh wait, no, that's just for a cement dam, so maybe... Okay, yeah, no, actually, no, scratch that. No, it's just, I just realized in the article they're talking about, they drew up plans to make a cement dam, which is probably the replacement dam that they're talking about. Okay, what's this one? George and Grant. Okay, so this is not... Yeah, this is Clayton G. Grant of Belgrade Lakes. That is not who we're looking for. What's this one? Miss Nivea Seavey, daughter of... Oh, wait, no, Columbia Falls. That's not... That is not our Clayton Grant. Okay, so that's the end of the ones for 1980. What about... Okay, 1981. And let's just go to 1994. That's the year that we know he passes away. Actually, you know what? Oh, wait, we got a couple... Hold on. 1936 class reunion, the Brewer High School. Class of 1936. That's not... Oh, no, that's not him. Because he didn't go to Brewer High School. He went to Winterport High School. 1982. Whoops. Is this also talking about the dam? Rotting dam, lake dam to be replaced. Wow, 1982. So like 4 years later, and they're still talking about it. I feel like that's honestly not that surprising. The supervisor. Wait, Clayton Grant of Belgrade. Okay, that proves it right there. This is not the same Clayton Grant. All the ones talking about a dam and stuff like that, talking about the dam, are not our Clayton Grant. Because he's not from Belgrade. Okay, now we know for sure. So unfortunately, this good cryptid photo, that's not our Clayton Grant right there. Yeah, same with this one with the pond association thing and this one. Yes, definitely. Mystery resolved. It's always good when you figure something out like this and get it figured out. Okay. Clayton G. Grant. 56. Okay, so Clayton G. Grant was the one who was the engineer working. Yeah, he was chief engineer employed by the State Department of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. Okay, so Clayton G. Grant, and he passed away. He was 56 in 1982. Wow, so that means our Clayton Grant is like, hold on, wait, because I think I saw that's 1982. And in 1984, there's a Clayton E. Grant, the one from Columbia Falls, dies. So our Clayton Grant survived outlived all of the other Clayton Grants that were younger than him. I think he's the ultimate Clayton Grant. He is worthy of the title of the true Clayton Grant right there. April 9th. Okay, yeah. Our Clayton Grant is the strong one. The true Clayton. Oh. So apparently, this is talking about the other Clayton Grant. Clayton E. Grant. Okay. Okay. So that's Clayton E. Grant. Hold on, what is this one? Paul A. Grant. Yeah, it is a very unfortunate, sad death. Okay, so this is his brother. This is Paul. He was still living in Beverly, Massachusetts. Paul A. Grant, this is his older brother. Husband of the late Ruth D. Elliott Grant, died August 17, 1984, at a Beverly, Massachusetts hospital. He was born in Winterport. Prior to his retirement, he was employed at the USM Corps, U.S. Marine Corps, Beverly, Massachusetts, as senior technical handbook writer. He was a member of the Centerville Church of Beverly, having served as treasurer for 25 years and member of the Liberty Lodge, Quarter Century Club of the U.S. Marine Corps, and was very active in the Boy Scouts of America Troop 8. He is survived by 4 sons, 1 brother, Clayton F. Grant of Maine, 9 grandchildren, 1 great-grandson, 9 nieces and nephews, several cousins. Okay, so his brother stayed in Massachusetts, but he went up to Maine. He went back to Maine. Okay, 1985, June 27th. see what this one. A sampling of opinions. What are they asking opinions of? Hold on. I don't know if we should sacrifice them or not. I wish we could stay the hell out of that part of the world. For what? Wait, hold on. What are they talking about? This is 1985. The opinions heard on the campus of the University of Maine in Orono were steadfast behind the diplomatic effort that President Reagan had held through the first 13 days of the hostage crisis in Lebanon. None of the 5 people we questioned at random said Reagan should order a military strike against the Shiite enclaves in Beirut. Most preferred diplomatic and economic pressure against the Shiites, and one favored changing American foreign policy to accommodate the grievances of the Arab states. Huh. Okay, so that's what this is about. He's not one of the people listed here. I think they just did like another quick thing here. So he's saying that in terms of the hostage situation. Question at random said Reagan should order a military strike. I don't think we should sacrifice them. I don't know if we should sacrifice them or not. I wish we could stay the hell out of that part of the world. Okay, so Clayton's saying that he doesn't want the U.S. to get involved. Hold on. Are they Americans in the hostage, or are they being held hostage? Hold on. Okay, Lebanon hostage crisis. Okay, so the Lebanese hostage crisis was the kidnapping in Lebanon of 104 foreign hostages between 1982 and 1992. So this is 1985. When the Lebanese Civil War was at its height, the hostages were mostly Americans and Western Europeans, but with 21 countries represented. 8 hostages died in captivity, some were murdered, while others died from lack of medical attention. So it's a bunch of different groups. Oh, it has to do with like Hezbollah and all of that. Okay. Okay, so that's what this is about. Interesting. Yeah, so Clayton is basically saying that like he basically says he doesn't know what to do. He's basically saying he doesn't know. Like it's he just doesn't want to get he basically just doesn't want to get involved. Oh wait, hold on. Sacrificing lives seen as option. Hostages. Handling the hijacking crisis. Okay, yeah, so that's what this... So Frankfurt, a 196-year-old town of about 800 people tucked in the valley at the foot of Mount Waldo, is more than half a world away from the danger and death of Beirut. It's quiet, here on the main street, Route 1A. So quiet you can hear the soft rush of the rain-swollen stream over the dam in the middle of town. About the only other sounds are the cars and trucks slowing down for the sharp corner and the 2 trains a day that roll through without stopping. But this doesn't mean the people are keeping quiet with their opinions on what the United States should do to end the ordeal of the remaining hijacked passengers of TWA Flight 847. Clayton F. Grant, who is retired and lives in West Winterport, leaned on the door of his Pontiac at the gas pumps in front of the Marsh Stream Market and thought a moment about the hostages. I don't know if we should sacrifice them or not, Grant said, meaning that it may be time to use military force. I don't know, he said. I wish we could stay the hell out of that part of the world, he said. Either that or go in and clean it up. I'm tired of the US being pushed around, Grant said. We've lost our backbone. One problem, he said, is that if the United States used force, it would be difficult to get the right people. We've got to let the hijackers know they can't get away with this stuff, said Fred Smith, a proprietor of the market. It isn't safe to travel to a foreign country, Smith said. Anyone can get on an airplane with a gun. Huh. Does he say anything more? Margin Store. Bought Fildrick. I'm just looking for Grant again. Seeing if. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, so he's basically saying that he just doesn't know what to do. uh okay, March 1986. Who is this? Clayton J. Grant. Clayton J. Grant, infant son of Richard and Nina C.V. Grant, Sr. Died March 23rd, 1986 at Children's Hospital. Oh. He was survived by two brothers, Richard Grant. Oh, this is a different. Okay, this is a different Clayton Grant. Okay. Uh. Uh. Okay, that's Columbia Falls. That's Columbia Falls. Columbia Falls. Grand meets at Owl's Head. Grandmaster William Gilson presided on Tuesday night meeting of the Owl's Head Grange. Esther Fowler, master of the Granite Grange, North Seaport, was welcomed by Gilson. Others in her party welcomed all attending as a group of on a mystery ride from Granite Grange, where Margaret's blah, blah, blah. Okay, Victoria Grant and Clayton Grant. This is the first time we're officially seeing Victoria mentioned in these things, because Victoria is who he's buried with here. And we still don't know what happened to Beatrice. We don't know if she divorced, or if they divorced, or if she died. We honestly don't know. And that's honestly what's crazy. Um okay, what's this one from 1987? Police beat. Officer Okay, so this is just going on. Officer Tim Latour of the Bangor Police Department reported that Robert A. McKay, 52, of Route 1, East Holland, was driving his 1986 Ford pickup truck southeast on Hammond Street Extension when Clayton F. Grant, 83, of Route 1, Winterport, driving his 1986 four-door sedan, made an abrupt left turn. Latour reported that McKay was unable to brake in time, and the front and right side of Grant's auto struck the left side of McKay's pickup truck. Grant's passenger, Victoria Grant, was shaken, Latour reported. Grant told Latour that he didn't see McKay's truck. Latour estimated $4,500 damage to Grant's auto and $5,500 damage to McKay's pickup truck. Huh. Okay, at least. Okay, so he got into a car accident. He couldn't see. Say he couldn't see the truck, and you know what? He's 83 at this point. He's getting up there in age. You know, maybe he can't see as well as he used to. Okay, here we go. I think we're getting to the obituaries. So we're getting near the end here. Clayton Francis Grant, 90, died Tuesday, August 2nd, 1994, at a Brewer nursing facility. He was born in Winterport, July 8th, 1904, the son of Warren and Elizabeth Clark Grant. He was a member of the Howard Lodge of Winterport and was a 7th degree member of the Harvest Home Grange of Brooks and the National Grange. He was also a member of the Winterport Senior Citizens and the Lutheran Church of Bangor. Clayton was a licensed master electrician. Surviving are his devoted wife, Victoria, of Winterport, one son and daughter-in-law, Conrad and Carolyn of Winterport, one daughter, Elizabeth Smith of Brooks, 9 grandchildren, 13 great-grandchildren, several cousins and 4 nephews. He will be remembered by a very special friend, Emery A. Miller of Winterport. Memorial services will be held 10 a.m. Friday, August 5th at Foley Funeral Home, Winterport, with the Reverend Paul Anderson of the Redeemer Lutheran Church of Bangor officiating. There will be no visiting hours. Interment will be in Pilgrim's Home Cemetery, Monroe. Arrangements by Foley Funeral Home, Winterport. And this is the first time we're seeing anything about their daughter. Because I'm assuming that the daughter is from when he married Victoria. Possibly. Because we never see her anywhere. Yeah, Conrad and Carolyn of Winterport. Conrad we've seen in other documents, but we've never seen Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth Smith. Would people have their ex mentioned in their obituary? I mean, it depends. I don't think so. If it was divorce, I don't think so. Most of the time they don't. If they were widowed and then married again, sometimes they do mention. Sometimes they do mention first married to this person and then married somebody else. Like they'll mention now, like that person has passed and they also were married to this person. I think because she's not mentioned here at all, makes me think that it was probably a divorce. That's just my personal theory. But wow, yeah, we're kind of at the end here now. This looks like talking about memorial service. Clayton Francis Grant. Memorial services for Clayton F. Grant will be held 10 a.m. Friday, August 5th at the Foley Funeral Home, Winterport, with the Reverend Paul Anderson of the Redeemer Lutheran Church of Bangor officiating. Interment will be at Pilgrim's Home Cemetery, Monroe. Arrangements by the Foley Funeral Home, Winterport. Okay. And then this is probably the same article. Yeah, that's the same article. And that's it. Wow. We did it. We started here. Record of birth. July 8th, 1904. He lived and died in the same county. which honestly is crazy. For 90 years, even though, you know, he left for a little bit, he did come back. You know, and we go from birth record to obituary. We found a lot on Clayton. I was actually surprised. It's weird. There's like a gap in the middle. We have a lot on, like, you know, when he was in college, you know, and going in high school from that era. Then not much from when he was living in Massachusetts. And then as soon as he moved back to Maine is when he, you know, starts to show up again in the record. Which honestly is really interesting, I think. Ooh, you guys can't hear it, but right now outside there is a ton of wind. It's very loud. So if I suddenly go offline, that's what happened. I hope that doesn't happen, but if it does happen, that's what's going on. Yeah, no, I think it should be. It's all right, Coco. I think I should be fine. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Okay, but one quick thing. I just want to see if we can find anything on Beatrice. Or Beatrice Lord. Lord was her maiden name. Also, she was living in Massachusetts. She was from Massachusetts. Is this... Wait. Is this her? Beatrice Pratt Lord... Oh, no, that's not her. Her married... This is saying her married lane. Yeah, that's not her. Hold on. So changed to 1956 to 1970. Oh my god, there is a... Oh my god, there is so much of Beatrice. I'll get rid of Massachusetts. Jesus Christ. 900... Oh no, okay, that is... What is... What was her middle name? We have information on their marriage. Beatrice M. Let's see if that leads to anything. Nothing. In 1932. Beatrice M. Grant will be bride. Oh, so there was a Beatrice M. Grant back in the day. But that Grant was her maiden name. And this is in the 30s, so... There's something... Okay, 76. No, that's not her. Okay. I think that's a whole other thing that we're gonna have to deal with if we want to look that up. But I'm actually very happy with what we've been able to do today here. We, I mean, we started with just this photo above me, and, and this information on the back of it. What I originally thought was Clayton, and what I thought was a picture of a girl, was actually a boy named Clayton. And, in the end, the fact that we were able to find so much stuff about their early life, their high school, their school life, and their retired life living in Massachusetts. They did have, like I said, that fire. But there is still some mystery. We still don't know what happened to Beatrice. We don't know when he got married again, and we don't know how Elizabeth, their daughter, fits into the picture. Because at least we have evidence that Conrad existed. Because Conrad is here in 1950. If Elizabeth was... Because according to... What is it? This one, I think? Yeah, this is Elizabeth was born 1933. So 2 years. She would be about 2 years older than Conrad. So, or younger than Conrad. I don't know. Something weird's going on there. If Elizabeth is younger or is older than Conrad and was born in I mean, it could be Elizabeth was from another marriage that Victoria had and just took on her stepfather's last name. Who knows? We don't know. But either way, we found a lot of good stuff today. And I'm very satisfied that we were able to find so much about Clayton. And now, the photo above me has a lot more context. It's a photo at the beginning of life of a young boy who went on to do a lot of cool things. And it seemed like he had a very good, fulfilling life. Lived to be 90 years old. Saw a lot in his life. Born in 1904 and died in 1994. Died about the same time as, the start of the internet. Really is crazy when you think about it. How much people who were born in the early 1900s, how much they saw the world change when they lived to be over 90 years old. All right, but with that, we're going to call it for tonight. So let's go ahead and let's go back to my office. Oh, and let me put these back and make myself bigger here. But yeah, so that's going to do it for today, folks. So this was a really fun stream. We found a lot of really cool stuff. If you are new here, I'm not a professor, but you can call me Nap. I do these streams every Wednesday and Sunday, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But sometimes I do guerrilla streams where I stream whenever I have free time. So if you want to know when I go live next, make sure you go ahead and follow. Wow, I did not realize how late it was. I did not realize it was almost 10:45. All right. Good thing I can stay up late tonight. Hey, Kazu. Good to see you. But yeah, you caught right at the end here. Yeah, good to see you. It's been a little bit. Yeah, it has been a while, but hey, maybe you'll catch the next one. Yeah, so let's see, what do I normally say? Oh yeah. Make sure yeah, hit follow if you're not already following so we know when I go live next. Next stream will probably be Sunday. I don't think I'll have time to stream this weekend before that, but we'll do Sunday and we'll do another stream where we'll be looking up people in these old from these old photos and see. We'll have a new person that we're going to be looking up. So yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, also check out my YouTube channel and Twitter, link down below, so that way you can catch up on other stuff that I'm doing, and check out some of the shorts that I've been made about some of the stuff we found on stream. But with that, let's go ahead and let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Let's see. Let's see if we can find somebody. If you guys could stick around for the raid, that would be great. Let's see. Trying to find somebody else who's also in like the reading and writing category. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and let's raid this person. Ecto Shaman. They're doing a reading stream right now. And yeah, they're just doing a chilling, relaxing reading stream. So let's go ahead and raid them. Let me go ahead and get a raid message going here. All right. I think something I need to do is like make a. I've seen some streamers do this, and I need to do this too. I think is they have like a command set up where they have it where like their raid message is like you just type in like exclamation points like raid, like follower and raid subscriber, and like it makes it so that you just type that instead of me having to like type it every single time. I think I'm gonna look into how to set that up because that would make this a lot easier and faster than having to do this every single time. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. This has been a great time. I'll definitely see you guys Sunday at 6:30 p.m. where we'll be doing another one of these great history streams. Yeah. For now, I'm not a professor, and whether it's it's day or it's morning or evening, hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.